Are they open again? Second one, second line. Okay, so speed up the process.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County, courtroom 304. This is the calendar call for November 7th, 2022. Oh, sorry. I got to mute the live stream. As I find it. Okay, still looking for it. Technology is not always my friend. All right, here we are. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the calendar call for the trial calendar. If you have an attorney who's representing you, I need to know that you are here, but I'm going to call your name and your attorney should respond on your behalf to let me know whether you're going forward with a trial or a plea or some other matter. Also, there are people who don't have their first and last name on the calendar. A lot of people have their phone designation like a Moto or an iPhone. I need you to rename yourself. And if you're not sure how to rename yourself, to put your first and last name on the calendar, then let me know. And then I will rename you. But you have to tell me what your first and last name are. So I see somebody
do that with that after he meets with Armin.
Okay, Tiffany's iPad. Okay. Who's that?
Yeah, I went about that.
Tiffany Hudson.
Okay.
More fun stuff.
And do you have somebody in the background, Ms. Hudson?
Diagrams.
I am actually in a work meeting because I did not get a notification of this case. So I'm kind of doing two meetings at once, but I do have an attorney that is also presenting me.
Okay, so go ahead and mute your device if we're ready for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I see someone named Brittany. Who's Brittany? With the headscarf on?
Yes.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm Brittany Parker.
Okay, who is Revel V?
Art Billingsley.
Art Billingsley, okay.
Look at my name. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Hey, who's Moto G Power?
Michelle Boyd.
And Larry Reed, you have your hand up. What do you need, sir?
Oh, I don't need anything. I didn't need anything. I just came like 2 minutes late, so I just wanted to say I'm here.
Okay, I see you. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so just 1 second. right, first person on the calendar is Mary Stuckey Beasley. She's represented by Lister Holton Dennis. Mary Stuckey Beasley, Lister Holton Dennis.
She's present, Your Honor.
Let's just say one of the ladies have it.
All right.
Have them.
I'm sorry, is
Who's
she in the courtroom, Your Honor?
Yes, she is.
Okay,
All
we just
right.
need a brief pre-trial with her, Your Honor.
Art Wayman Billingsley. Art Wayman Billingsley.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Billingsley is on the call, and that is going to be a plea today.
Okay. Mr. Billingsley, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 02802 for marijuana 1 ounce or less, obstructing an officer and drug objects. What is your client plea to the offenses before the court, Ms. Groves?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the possession of marijuana and the drug objects are being dismissed, and he's entering a plea of guilty under the First Offender Act to the obstruction.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty under first offender, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Billingsley, if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. You also understand that under first offender, you can only use this one time. And by using your first offender, if you successfully complete everything, then it will not have a negative effect on your criminal record. However, if you fail to do so, this will be a guilty on your record. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On July 24th, 2019, while an officer was on patrol in the area of 6350 Terra Boulevard in Clayton County, did observe the Ford Escort traveling on, leaving the Best Hotel on Old Dixie Road. At that point, once the officer was attempting to make contact with the vehicle, the driver of the vehicle then backed up and drove away. The officer then followed the vehicle. And then once the vehicle was stopped, again, the officer made contact with the driver, the defendant at that time. At that point, he observed a clear plastic bag and in the front seat, and he put the defendant in custody. Shooting handcuffs and put the defendant in custody. The state has no pressing counts 1 and 3 and is recommending 12 months probation and a $300 fine for the obstruction.
All right. Ms. Gross, anything on behalf of Mr. Billingsley?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, first of all, we would just ask that you accept that recommendation, but he also has another pending case, Your Honor.
2020 CR 02076.
That's actually not the case number that I had down, but it's possible I could have written it down wrong.
Oh,
It
no,
should be
that's the one I have for Mr. Boulware. I'm sorry. What's the case number for Mr. Billingsley?
2021 CR 08940, and it's a VGCSA and an improper lane change.
Okay.
And he did want to go ahead and resolve that today. The state was going to dismiss the VGCSA, and he was going to enter a plea to the improper lane change.
All right. Is this your understanding, Ms. Janvier?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Billingsley, you're entering a plea to improper lane change on case 2021 CR 08940. Ms. Gross, what is that plea?
The recommendation was a $50 fine.
All right, and it's a guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and the VGCSA will be no cost. Sir, by doing this, you give up the right to have a trial on this case also. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony and not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, but if I could say, I would like to say your report on that first case was inaccurate.
Okay. Did you discuss this with your attorney?
No, we just decided on what on what I would go with, but I just wanted to bring it to you guys' attention. That statement was false. Was false.
Ms. Gross, two questions. One, how do you want to handle that discrepancy in the factual basis? And two, is the first offender just for the case ending in 02802?
The first offender was just for 02802. Your Honor, if I can have just a moment to speak with Mr. Billingsley, I believe that I can explain to him that he's not pleading guilty to everything in the police report. He's pleading to the one charge. But I would like to have some time to just explain that to him.
All right, no problem. Go ahead and put you in breakout room number 1.
And Your Honor, if you could put Ms. Hahn in there as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. James Johnson Bulware, represented by Eric Fortis. James Johnson Bulware. Did anybody get anything from Mr. Fortis? All right. James Johnson Bulware and Mr. Fortis.
Your Honor, bench warrant and bond forfeiture pending its arrival.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Here.
I'm sorry.
I haven't seen anything from Attorney Fortis.
Yeah. Thurl Boyd Jr.
Your Honor, Ms. Gross is handling that case.
Okay. Is Thurl Boyd Jr. present? Thurl Boyd Jr.
Your Honor, pending his arrival, the state would request bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
Okay. All right. Once bond forfeiture, bench warrant bond forfeiture, and we'll verify with Ms. Gross when she gets back. Does anyone know why I have someone here from the Department of Corrections in Minnesota?
Yes, Your Honor. This is regarding Marcella Walker's case.
Okay.
Walker's last name.
Right, I have Marcella Walker. Count 1 is battery, family violence. I remember Miss Walker. Miss
Yes,
Walker,
Your Honor.
how's your son?
He's doing good. He's doing really good. He's the supervisor with Align Universal, so
Okay,
he's
good.
doing really good. Thank you.
All right, so Miss Walker, you're before the court for battery, family violence, count 1, battery, count 2, simple battery, family violence, count 3, simple battery, count 4, and cruelty to children, count 5. And this is a 2020 case, CR 02691. Mr. Kamani, do you have something on this case?
Your Honor, I need a breakout room.
Okay. All righty. All right, I will sign the rooms.
Thank you.
Ms. Gross?
Yes, Your Honor. I need to speak with Ms. Janvier just about a detail real quickly, if you don't mind.
No problem. Ms. Janvier, I'm going to add you to the room with Ms. Gross.
Your Honor, if you would add me as well.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue the call on the calendar in a moment.
Record.
Mr. Fortis? Mr. Fortis?
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't have anything. I apologize. I didn't have anything on my calendar. I was on leave for this morning, so I apologize. I'm not even dressed appropriately. Mr. Florio was kind enough to tell me you're looking for me.
Thank you. You don't generally miss court, so I knew something must be going on. I'm sorry I didn't I don't recall having a leave for you, and I did have them check. So
No, and that's fine. We didn't have, for whatever reason, this matter. We didn't have it on the calendar. That's why you didn't get it. So my apologies.
So I have Mr. James Johnson Bullware, and he may not be here because you didn't have notice, so he may not have notice. I don't know.
I'm not in the office. I have nothing to look at it. I mean, I can pre-try the case if we're doing that and see.
Well, you want us to continue to the next trial calendar, or to the next calendar?
If you would do that, that would be great.
Okay, no problem.
And again, my apologies.
That's okay. Thanks, Mr. Florio, for getting in touch with him.
Yes, thank you.
And Judge, if I could second, I have a couple of cases on the calendar this morning, and I don't think I got notice for my clients either. So I don't know if there was a notice issue or not, but I didn't get notice for some of my clients on the calendar as well. So I'm kind of in the same boat as Mr. Fortis.
Okay, but you got, I guess, the state called you and gave you an offer.
So Mr. Martinez Mancia called me and told me, but I don't think any of my other clients got notice other than him being kind enough to tell me.
And I was counsel of record for him.
Mm-hmm.
And for Nerto Ocampo.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. My apologies. We had a notice issue, I think, previously too, and we're trying to figure it out because these notices I think are coming out of the clerk's office, but they were able to look at their records and see that they had sent them out. So I'm hoping there's not like a computer glitch or something. Ms. Janvier, you and Ms. Gross have an announcement, or is she still talking with her client?
I believe she's still in with him.
Okay, so Mr. Fortis is here for Mr. Bullware. Excuse me, Mr. Fortis said that he didn't have we didn't get his leave notice because he didn't have this on his calendar. And so I'm going to continue Mr. James Bullware to the next calendar call.
Do you have the date on that, Your Honor?
The next calendar is December, wait.
No, it's for calendar call, notice to be sent.
Oh, okay, notice will be sent. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, and my apologies, Judge. I'm so sorry.
I got you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not a regular at messing up your court, so.
Never.
Yeah, everybody gets a little grace, so that's no problem. So,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're excused at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks again, Mr. Florio. Much appreciated.
That's what attorneys are supposed to do for each other, watch each other's backs.
I agree, Judge. Thank you.
All right, so Daryl Boyd, this is a Lister and Holt case. Daryl Boyd.
Your Honor, he is currently in wanted status. So to say to renew his request for bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Okay.
You don't know.
All right. See who's still in a breakout room so we can move forward. All right, as soon as Ms. Gross comes back out, we'll continue. Mr. Brooks, I don't know if you remember the case, Ms. Walker. She had several cases on our calendar, Mr. Kamani previously, and then I think she was incarcerated in prison out in Minnesota. So she's here, you know, for the Zoom, I guess, to finish up, maybe the last case that we had with her.
I think we have a resolution on here if the court would accept the recommendation.
Okay, well, Mr. Kamani speaking with her right now. I think he's given her the recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Your Honor, Mr. John VA is actually going to be taking the lead. I'm going to be off camera, but if the court does need me, I am available.
Okay, well, Ms. John VA can handle it.
I know that she can.
I mean, okay, you ain't said nothing but a word, Ms. John VA got this. All right, so as soon as my defense attorneys come back in, we'll get going. There's Ms. Gross. Ms. Gross, are y'all ready to finish up with Mr. Billingsley?
We are, Your Honor, with just a couple of changes. Your Honor, he's decided not to use his first offender.
Okay.
That he's going to pay the fine. We've agreed with the state that his probation would be suspended on payment of the fine, and I believe he can pay that within 2 weeks. He just needs time to get to the courthouse or get that information from them. So he's not going to use his first offender.
All right, so here's what I'll do, and then we didn't finish with the improper lane change. What was the recommendation for improper lane change?
So $50 fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Billingsley, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty, not first offender, because you've decided to save your first offender. So I'll accept your plea of guilty to count 2. Counts 1 and 3 will be no prost on the case 2020-CR 02802, and you're entering a plea to obstructing an officer. Then on the case 2021-CR 08940, you are entering a plea of guilty to improper lane change. The VGCSA will be no prost, and the fine will be $50. That case will run concurrent with the other case, which means that you'll have 60 days in which to pay the fine in the amount of $300, which would be $444 with the surcharges, and you'll also have be able to pay the $50 fine, which is $83.25 with that. Now, Mr. Billingsley, will 60 days be enough to pay those fines and fees, or do you need more time?
That should be enough time.
Okay.
I just need the exact. I need some email or something with exact amounts and all that stuff.
So I don't believe the surcharges are going to be on your email, but understand that the $300 surcharge is going to be $444. The $50 fine is going to be $83.25. So it's going to be in the $520-$30 range. So what I'm going to ask you to do now is, sir, do you know how to use the chat function?
I'm not sure what it is.
Okay, if you touch your screen, You should see a little box that looks like a little cartoon bubble. Do you see that? In fact, I'm gonna send you a test chat. It's gonna say test, okay? When you see it, let me know. You see a little red number pop up?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, click on that.
Yeah.
All right, so when you click on that, Mr. Billingsley, what I need you to do is to reply, but what you're gonna do is you're gonna click on the words in blue. Instead of my name, you're gonna click on that and go down the list until you see Brenda Castaneda. See it?
I just pressed the chat. I pressed chat.
Right. Well, when you see the test.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes.
And you see the name in blue.
Yes.
Okay. Click on the name in blue. And you should pull down a menu with a lot of names. You're looking for Brenda Castaneda.
Yes.
Okay. I need you to send Miss Brenda your email address. I want you to check it twice. Make sure you got all the letters and numbers in the right place before you send it. And when you check your email tomorrow or the next day, you're going to have all of the information about how to pay. And that will include paying online or by phone. Okay.
Okay. I'm sending the message right now.
Okay, so you'll have 60 days in which to pay, and as soon as you finish paying that, you'll be done with all of this, okay?
And you said Ms. Brenda will send an email.
She's gonna send out your email, right? You'll get an email from the state court clerk's office. It may not be from Miss Brenda, but it'll be from the clerk's office.
Yeah, so
If you don't get it, check your spam.
Yeah, I just sent it to her.
All right, sir, then you're free to go at this time. And Mr. Billingsley, so we have 2 charges that are related to cannabis. So I'm just gonna say, sir, that possibly you might not want to be having any of that in your vehicle. Are we clear, sir?
Yeah.
All right, don't say anything else. Don't say anything else. Just consider this a public service announcement, Mr. Billingsley.
Ain't what they saying.
I'm just saying. It might not be you, but this may benefit somebody else. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how old are you, Mr. Billingsley?
I'm 30.
Hey.
You old enough to know better. All right, so go on about your way, Mr. Billingsley. Mr. Boyd, what is wrong with you yelling on my phone? Why are you yelling?
Your Honor, Mr. Boyd's been having technical difficulties. I think he's not able to hear us. He was having a hard
Mr.
time.
Boyd, can you hear me? Okay, he cannot hear me, but I can hear everything he's saying. Ooh, I wish everybody had a teenager in their home. Mr. Boyd, somebody send Mr. Boyd a message.
Turn it up.
Your Honor, Mr. Boyd, Mr. Banner, may we have a brief breakout to speak to the court?
Sure. Mr. Boyd? All right, well, Mr. Boyd is trying to figure that out. Who's representing Mr. Boyd?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, let's go into breakout room number 1. All right, Miss.
I don't hear nothing.
Okay, Ms. Val, I'll do that. 1 second. I think I accidentally put somebody in a breakout room who shouldn't be there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Boyd? Mr. Boyd? All right, Ms. Gross, can you see if you can send Mr. Boyd?
Hello?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I tried chatting him and that was not successful, but we can try and give him a call with the number that we have for him. I'm not sure if we'll be able to reach him, but we'll give it a shot.
Okay, there's someone who's here on a Galaxy A2 phone who's in a car.
Right.
What's your name?
What's the web expert is, you know? Web expert's in.
Mr. Boyd, can you hear me?
I just barely can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Boyd, 2 reasons. One, you have very bad internet connection, so it'd be
Yes,
better
ma'am.
if you came into court. And also, sir, you have several cases pending, and a warrant was issued for your arrest. So we need you to come in so we can resolve all of these things today.
Could you repeat that, ma'am? Because I barely can hear you.
We need you to come into the courtroom so we can
Yes, ma'am.
resolve all 3 of your pending cases.
Okay.
Your attorney has been trying to call you, but the number doesn't seem to be working.
Well, the phone that I had, it was a free phone, and they cut my phone off. It was a government phone, and they cut it off.
Okay. Do you have a phone now?
I have the phone when I'm talking to you on now, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to use the chat function?
I can get someone to help me.
Okay. So, Mr. Boyd, it's just better if you come in. That way you can meet with your attorneys. You can talk. They can talk to the state, and we can get all 3 of your cases wrapped up because you're wanted currently, and I don't want you to get picked up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you come down to the courtroom, and you're coming to courtroom 304?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm gonna be here for a while, but I need you to come as quickly as you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I need you here by 11:30.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Boyd. And when you come into courtroom 304, we'll handle everything. But otherwise, there's a warrant out for your arrest, and we don't want you just roaming around and get picked up.
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to get picked up either.
Okay. So now your attorney would have been able to talk to you about all this, but she doesn't have your current number. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with her. And then after you finish speaking with her, I need you to head over here. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Gross, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room number 3 with Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Boyd, you see something that says invitation to breakout room number 3?
Yes, ma'am. You say join?
Okay. Yeah, join that and talk to your attorney. But after you finish speaking to her, I need you to head down to the courthouse. All right. All right. Let's do the Walker case. Mr. Kamani, have you finished speaking with Ms. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are requesting for a one-time continuance. She just needs time to think over her recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Brooks? Ms. John VA? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, that particular case, it was to run concurrent with her current incarceration. I don't know that we'll be successful in I guess being able to set this up again. So the state will object to the reset. But I can put the recommendation on the record for the court's pleasure. And
That's fine. Go ahead.
as I understand it, if she's incarcerated in Minnesota for a period of 15 months, the state was advising or recommending 12 months to serve 6 months to run concurrent with her current incarceration in Minnesota.
All right. Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have a breakout room with her again?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Now, they're running out of time, so whatever we're gonna do, we need to hurry up because my understanding is they only have an hour for the Zoom.
Right.
Okay, so you're in breakout room number 2. You can just join breakout room number 2 again. For counsel with Ms. Walker, you can join breakout room number 2 also. All right. All right, so Ms. Gross and all my defense attorneys are back in the breakout room. All right, so Ms. Walker, whoever's there with Ms. Walker, if you all can go back into the breakout room. Mr. Kamani wanted to discuss something with you. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't see a breakout room available to me.
Are you able to touch the screen? Or are you working with a wireless keyboard?
No, I can touch it.
Because it should say join, but hold on a second. I'll move you both so that you can join a different breakout room and it should pop up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem. Move you to breakout room number 5. Mr. Kamani, breakout room number 5. All right, so Ms. Gross, so Boyd, Mr. Boyd should be on his way in.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let's see if we can get everything taken care of with him. Jatara Trinice Brown. Jatara Trinice Nicole Brown.
Ms. Brown, the call. Your Honor, we were not able to make contact with her.
Right. Jatara Trinice Nicole Brown. Bench warrant. Yes.
Oh, that you got it. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture, please.
Minor McAllen Brown. Minor McAllen Brown.
Your Honor, we were not able to make contact with him either.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Granted. Pasha Marie Glass. Oh, Miss Glass is back. Pasha Marie Glass.
And the number that we have for her is not valid.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Tiffany LaShondra Hudson. Tiffany LaShondra.
Here. Your Honor, Ms. Hudson is on the call, and that is going to be a guilty plea today.
Right. I'm sorry.
So like
Ms. Hudson?
Yes.
Okay, whatever meeting you're in, I'm gonna need you to mute that or step outside while, so we can take this plea.
Okay,
You're coming in out.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Raise your right, I gotta see you, ma'am.
Hold on a second.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 01269 for Tiffany LaShondra Hudson. Following too close and no license, you're represented by attorney Kim Gross, who's here with you on the call. Ms. Gross, which one is your client pleading guilty to?
Your Honor, she's pleading guilty to the no license and the following too close.
All right. So by entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilt or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 21st, 2020, an officer was dispatched to Highway 138 and McElroy Drive in Clayton County, Georgia, in response to an accident where, after speaking with both drivers, he determined that driver 1, Ms. Hudson, was traveling in the same lane and then failed to apply her brakes when the accident occurred, and she was cited as at fault for the accident. Additionally, it was determined that Ms. Hudson did not have a license. This was her second time within 5 years. So for the following too close, the state is recommending a $50 fine, 12 months probation, and for the no license, $1,000 fine with 12-month probation concurrent.
All right, Ms. Gross.
That's correct, Your Honor. We would just ask that you accept the recommendation.
All right, Ms. Hudson, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to counts 1 and 2. I'll sentence you on count 1 to a fine in the amount of $50. That'll be $83.25 with the surcharges. And on count 2, it's a fine in the amount of $1,000. That'll be $1,420 with the surcharges. And you'll have 12 months pay only probation. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, and she's going to explain what that means, but essentially you have to report and you have to pay, and as soon as you are done with paying your fines and fees, then your probation will terminate. Do you understand these things? All right.
Yeah.
It's always cheaper to have a license than not have one, Mrs. Hudson. All right, so I'm going to put you in breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. Once you're finished speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you do not have to come back to the main room. Just follow her recommendations, okay? Ms. Hudson. All right. James Quintera LaShawn James. Is that Mr. Kamani's case?
Your Honor, that is, I'm actually handling that case, but we've not had any contact.
Okay, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Cristobal Martinez Mancilla. Mr. Florio.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Martinez Mencia is in the courtroom this morning.
Okay. All right. Did you all have an opportunity to speak with the state? Did y'all have an announcement for trial?
Yes, ma'am. We denounce ready for trial.
Okay, Mr. Florio, this is the December 6th calendar. So December 6th at 1 p.m. will be ready for trial.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, and the Ithiel McCullough.
No, did Mr. McCullough make it onto the call? We had contact with him this morning. He was having trouble logging in.
I'm here. I'm here, ma'am.
There we go. Okay, fantastic. Your Honor, if I can have just a moment to speak with him just to verify something, I'll be able to make an announcement.
Hold on a second. All right, Mr. McCullough. Oh, Lordy, what did I do? All right, so I'm going to put Ms. Gross and Mr. McCullough in a breakout room.
Can you have Ms. Hahn as well?
All right, breakout room number 1. Yes, if you, Miss Francoise, I can't, you're not my witness. So if you, Miss Dillard has released you, Ms. Maria Dillard has released you, or the state has released you, you're free to go. I don't have any other reason why you should be here, Miss Francoise.
Sure, it looks like I'm still assigned to breakout room 3.
Sorry, okay. Mr. Boyd seems to still be in breakout room 3. I hope he's on his way here.
I'll check with him as soon as I talk to Mr. McCullough.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kamani.
Yes, Your Honor. She's going to enter a plea of guilty to count 1, and I believe the rest of the counts will merge.
All right, Miss Janvier, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Walker, raise your right hand for me. Okay, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you want to put your hand down, ma'am. You're before the court on case 2020-CR 02691, Marcella Jules Walker, for count 1, battery, family violence, count 2, battery, count 3, simple battery, family violence, count 4, simple battery, and count 5, cruelty to children. You're entering a plea of guilty. Your attorney is Mr. Muhammad Kamani. You're entering a plea of guilty to count 1. Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 will merge. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 25th, 2020, the police were dispatched to 8489 Avalon Drive in Jonesboro, Georgia of Clayton County, where they made contact with the defendant. There was they were advised that there was an argument that was going back and forth in the residence. At that time in the residence, there were juveniles age 3, juvenile age 3 present. The defendant was attacking and jumping on and choking the victim. This moved to the bedroom where the victim punched, where the defendant punched the victim in the mouth and scratched her chest. At that time, Your Honor, the defendant was taken into custody. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 6 months, balance suspended and no contact with the victim and no new violations, Your Honor.
Ms. Janvir, this is to run concurrent, right? So she will.
Yes, with the sentence she's currently serving. Yes.
All right. And what, I'm sorry, if you can give me the particulars of the case she's currently serving in Minnesota. Do we have that?
So the information that I have, Your Honor, is that she was given 15 months in prison for it looks like a drug statute, 5th degree possession.
Okay, is it do you have a case number?
Yes, 08
Then we're talking about this.
181123.
Okay, so I have 0CR181123, and that you have a county in Minnesota.
08, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry,
08 CR 181123. I don't see.
And just under Minnesota Department of Corrections?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, because the I need the sentence sheet to reflect it properly. All right, Miss Brenda, did I give you what you need?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You're welcome.
In Your Honor, she's been in Minnesota jail since June 11th, I
I'll
believe.
give her credit since lockup.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Walker, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to count 1, counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 will merge. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 6 months, balance suspended as long as you have no contact with the victim. What's the victim's name, Ms. Janvier?
Markeisha Walker.
Okay. With Markeisha Walker, and no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. This will run concurrent with case 08 CR 181123 for the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And Ms. Walker will have credit since the date of lockup on that case. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Walker, you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Markeisha Walker, that's my daughter. So how do we get that from like not having no contact? Because my grandkids is involved, and that's my daughter I gave birth to.
I get that, ma'am, but if your daughter you gave birth to is the one that you had the issue with, then that's what sentence is. The fact it didn't stop you from jumping on her, that you gave birth to her. We're clear?
I hear you.
Okay, so I don't know how much time you have spent, but I'm giving you credit since the date of lockup. So whatever the remaining time is all you'll have to spend without having contact.
Okay.
But you're incarcerated and you're not, when is your date of your release date?
January 30th of 2023.
Okay, so where are you planning to go after your release date?
I'm staying here. I'm gonna be on parole for 4 months. So I gotta do my parole, but my mom is here. Like I was born and raised here in Minnesota.
Okay. All right, so that should be fine. That should work out. The timing works out for me.
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Kamani, anything else for Ms. Walker?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Walker, You know, you and I got some history. Ma'am, use this time to think about doing things a little differently, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who's with you in the office?
My caseworker, Miss Han.
All right, Ms. Han, thank you so much for facilitating this.
You're very welcome.
All right, y'all are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gross, did you have an announcement on McCullough?
Yes, Your Honor, he's announcing ready for trial.
All right, Mr. McCullough, this is the trial for December 6th and at 1 p.m.
Now, Judge.
I'm sorry?
He'll be second out.
He'll be number 2. Okay.
Your Honor, the state is not ready for the McCullough case. There's
on December 6th, y'all ain't gonna be ready?
I don't, well, we may. I can say ready pending ready when called, but as it stands right now, we're not ready on this date.
Okay, it's number 2 out on December 6th.
In between time, we'll be trying to negotiate with opposed counsel to see if we can come to a resolution.
Oh, that's fine with me. But I just say that if y'all find out that there's something that was going to keep y'all from being ready on December 6th, please let us know ahead of time.
Yes, ma'am. To give the course an idea of what's going on, we know that one of our witnesses is out of state. We don't know if they'll be back at that time.
Okay.
Out of state witness.
All right. Next case is Devonay Shakia Mitchell.
Your Honor, I believe she is on the Zoom call. Your Honor, I need a breakout room.
Okay, that's not supposed to be.
What's that?
Oh, this is something.
Hello.
Yes, who's that?
This is Devaney. I'm sorry, I didn't. I was trying to figure out how to unmute myself.
Okay, Mr. Kamani, you still need a breakout room with Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, breakout room number 5.
And Your Honor, we need a breakout room with Miss Beasley if we could.
Okay, y'all, hold on. Because we're jumping around on the calendar and I'm trying to get through just the calendar. All right, who's Miss Beasley?
That was just early in the calendar, Your Honor. Mr. Kamani has the rest of this calendar, so I was just going to go ahead and do that pre-trial while.
Okay, so if he has the rest of the calendar, I'll go ahead and put you in a breakout room with Miss Beasley. Miss Beasley, you'll be in breakout room number. First name.
She's in the courtroom, right?
Yeah, Miss Beasley's in the courtroom.
She's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, so courtroom, breakout room number, shoot. Hold on a second, Miss Gross. Can I just get Mr. Kamani? I don't know who else is in the courtroom. Deputy, can you tell me who else is in the courtroom?
Yeah, Miss Beasley.
Well, Miss Beasley in the courtroom, why?
Martinez.
Okay, Mr. Martinez has announced ready. That's Mr. Florio's case. He's free to go at this time.
Judge?
Yes.
Yes, hi, this is Mr. Arca. Miss Lordea Wilmer is inside the courtroom. She's position 25. And I would need to pre-try that with the state judge.
All right. Mr. Arca.
My bad, Judge. And Miss instead.
Hold on a second. So I got a bunch of people and I got somebody with just an A on the screen. Who's that?
Me.
Okay, me doesn't help me.
Alexis Morgan.
All right, Alexis Morgan. Yeah, because me and an A, that don't do much for me. right, hold on a second. All right, so Valerie Georgette Morris. Valerie Georgette Morris, this is Mr. Ruff's case. Is Mr. Ruff present? Okay.
Bench warrant, Your Honor.
Bench warrant. Francisco Nerto Ocampo. Mr. Florio.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. Good morning again, Judge. He's on under his wife's, he's Samsung SM.
Okay.
Judge, I'm requesting a one-time continuance in this matter. This was a case I don't believe we received notice on. I just happened to look at the calendar last night for Mr. Martinez Mencia's case and saw Mr. Nerdo on for this morning. And so I literally sent him the Zoom link at 10 o'clock this morning and begged him to log on as quick as he could. So I'm requesting a one-time continuance.
Okay. What date, is that he'll get notice on that, Miss Val?
Yes, there'll be notice sent.
All right. All right, so Mr. Florio, notice will be sent on that.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, does Mr. Nerto Ocampo need an interpreter?
It probably would be best. He and I can communicate with each other, but I think for court proceedings, it would probably be best that one be made available to him in the future.
All right, Ms. Bermudez, if you could tell Mr. Francisco Nerto Ocampo that he's going to be continued to the next calendar and he'll receive notice, and to keep in touch with his attorney.
Señor Francisco Ocampo.
Sí, soy yo.
¿Puede escuchar?
Sí.
Okay. Su corte está siendo aplazada para otra fecha. Usted,
Sí,
usted va a recibir una notificación y asegúrese de mantenerse en contacto con su abogado.
Ah, sí, porque a mí me notificó ayer en la anoche el abogado.
Yes, because the attorney told me just last night.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, está bien.
I'm sorry, but hey, you know what? I didn't get notified. I was getting a letter from the mail or something, but I didn't get nothing.
So, Mr. Nerto Ocampo, we apologize for that. When you speak with your attorney, ask him if he needs to check what your address is with the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you, miss. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, you're free to go at this time, Mr. Ocampo.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
You too.
All right, Brittany Parker. Ms. Parker, hold on a second. I'm waiting for Mr. Kamani to come back out. Hold on. Let's see who else we got. Stephanie J. Payne, Mr. Monroe, Jason Monroe. Stephanie J. Payne. Anyone heard from Mr. Monroe or Ms. Payne? Okay. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Larry William Reed III. Mr. Reed is here. Mr. Reed is represented by Mr. Kamani. Mr. Reed, if you hold on, Mr. Kamani will be out in a moment. We can get some announcements. Jadzia Crystal Rivera Jadzia. Michael Moran. Anyone here on behalf of Mr. Moran or his office? Or Crystal Rivera Jadzia?
State requested bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Samuel Antonio Romero. Samuel.
Judge, I don't believe he's on Zoom. if my recollection is correct, he was in custody for a little bit, approximately a year on this matter. And then when his family finally bonded him out, I think he was taken into immigration custody and deported to Portugal, I believe.
Yeah, these are.
I'll double check that. I reached out to his mother.
Uh-huh.
But I think he was deported.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing, based on my recent training, that's considered deportable. Just the.
Yes, ma'am.
So, all right. So we'll do a bench warrant until we can get verification that he's been deported. But
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
bond forfeiture.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business before the court this morning. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Jamar Saunders.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Jamar Saunders. Sir.
I'm here.
Mr.
Here.
Saunders.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's Mr. Kamani's.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and I think this may be another situation similar to Mr. Boyd.
Mr. Saunders.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you are wanted.
Yeah, I just found that out in September. I was unaware.
Are you local?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay, so I was gonna have you come in so we could get all this straightened out today. And if you plead, it goes away. If you show up, then I'll release the bench warrant. But I'll let you talk to Mr. Kamani to see what you wish to do about this. Okay.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. I did speak with Mr. Kamani. I believe he was my case. I've been assigned like 3 different lawyers. I was assigned to Ms. Dominique Hatley to begin with, and I believe she would stop working for the system or whatever. So I've been unaware of what's been going on because I didn't have an attorney technically till my warrant was put out.
Okay. Well, Mr. Kamani is here, and he's going to speak with you today. Okay.
Okay, one last question. With as far as if I decide to try to go to trial, will I have to turn myself in the process?
Well, we have to make sure that all of your information is updated, and your attorney can ask that the bench warrant be set aside, but we have to make sure that he's able to reach you and the court is able to reach you.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of times people end up with bench warrants because they move or they change their contact information, but they never let the court know.
I found out the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. So just hold on for Mr. Kamani, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Howard Staten. Howard Staten.
Good morning, Your Honor. Catherine Edmonds here from Scott Smith's office on behalf of Mr. Staten. He is present in the courtroom right now. We have an outstanding motion to suppress that we would like to be heard on before trial.
Okay, Ms. Val.
We still have December 6th date, so she wanted to do the motion to suppress prior to trial. She still be third.
Okay. All right, so we'll hear prior to the December 6th trial.
On December 6th.
Ms. Val, we don't have a motions date between now and then.
No, Judge, we don't have a motion date prior to that, but we can move this case to January and put it on the motion calendar before a trial calendar. You want to do it that way?
Thank you.
So
we'll continue. Ms. Edmonds, we'll continue the case to the next motions calendar and you'll get notice.
Yeah, on that
Yes,
particular case, I don't know if that motion was particularized. What I see on file is a preliminary motion.
And we did file a supplemental motion. I think it might have been last October.
Okay, let me double check that.
Okay, so we'll put you on the next motions calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that concludes my business before the court may be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Sandy Marie Stillwell, that's Mr. Kamani's case. Stillwell.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
All right. So Ms. Stillwell, Mr. Kamani will be out to speak with you in a moment, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jose Andres Valdez. This is Dennis Johnson's case. Jose Andres Valdez. Miss Bermudez, if you could sound for Mr. Jose Andres Valdez.
Yes, ma'am. José Andrés Valdés, ¿está presente? José Andrés Valdés.
All right. Dennis Johnson, Cornell Portra, or James Tucker. Any of those attorneys here on Mr. Valdez? All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, we've handled the Walker case. Loidea Alexandria Wilmer. Mr. Alejandro Arca.
Present, Your Honor. Yes, Judge, that's mine.
All right, so Mr. Arca, Miss Wilmer is in the courtroom, is my understanding. She's before the court for battery, family violence. Battery,
Yes, Judge.
simple battery, family violence, simple battery, and criminal trespass. Do you all have an agreement with the state, or are you ready for trial?
No, Judge, we need to go ahead and pre-try that. I believe there's been a new solicitor assigned to the case. I have just forwarded her some documentation. I don't think we've had an opportunity to review it in detail yet. But since this is the first time it's on the calendar with this particular solicitor, Judge, I think it might be beneficial to get a one-time continuance so her and I can go ahead and work it out, which I'm sure we can.
All right.
I believe the solicitor is Miss Baker.
Nope, Miss John VA.
I might have gotten the name wrong, Judge, but
No, there was a Miss Baker. Miss John VA, anything on this case?
The state is fine with that, Your Honor.
Okay, so this will be continued to the next calendar. Mr. Arca, you'll get notice.
Okay. And Judge, for the next about the notice, we didn't have notice that today was via Zoom. My client's mother drove all the way in from Baltimore, Maryland.
Did she read her notice?
Yes, Judge, we wrote the notice. I didn't get notice, and I was just talking to Scott Smith's associate. We didn't get notice either. We didn't know it was on Zoom. That's why we were both sitting out here in the hallway.
Can somebody tell me what the notice said? Miss Brenda, Miss Melissa, Miss Val? Can somebody get me a copy of the notice for that, please? Because we've had this issue before. All right, thank you, sir. We're going to continue to the next calendar, and I'm going to review these notices so I can figure out what's going on.
No big deal, Judge. Trust me, I'm the first one who loves Zoom, so.
No, I get it, but it's a big deal if I have a Zoom option, but people are driving in and gas is too high. I'm sympathetic to that. So I don't
I know. Tell me about it, especially in Maryland.
Yes, so I don't like to put people through foolishness if I don't have to. I'm not that person who just makes people jump through hoops just because I can. I'm not that person. So we'll
much appreciated, Judge.
No problem.
All right, thank you very much, Judge.
All
you
right.
Have a great day, Judge.
You too. Carlisa Marie Young. Carlisa Marie Young. Carlisa Marie Young.
Your Honor, the state requested a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Okay, bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, for those of you who are here for the 11 o'clock calendar, don't despair. I'm going to put you in the, we're going to get your information and start talking to you in a moment. But the calendar, Ms. Gross has talked to most of her people. I'm going to put her in a breakout room with the courtroom so that she can speak with Ms. Beasley. But Mr. Kamani has the rest of the calendar. So a lot of you who I've just talked to, you'll be speaking with Mr. Kamani as he comes out. As he comes out, you in a breakout room with him, and then you can go back. So I'm going to put Ms. Gross in the room, in the breakout room with Ms. Beasley, breakout room number 2.
And if you could have Ms. Hahn as well.
All right. I'm sorry, Ms. Hahn. It's not that I don't mean to add you.
Okay.
I just am trying to juggle a lot.
Understood.
So, Ms. Hahn, Ms. Gross, and the courtroom are in breakout room number 2. Mr. Kamani has just come back from breakout room number 5 with Ms. Mitchell's announcement. Yes,
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Kamani?
Your Honor, count 1 is going to be no pros. She's going to plead guilty to counts 2, 3, and 4.
All right. Ms. Mitchell, may I see you, please? Ms. Green, Ms. Gatson, are you here for the 11 o'clock?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so we'll call that in a moment. Ms. Mitchell, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Devin Mitchell, you're before the court for driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, unlawful use of a tag, and no insurance. You're entering a plea of guilty to counts 2, 3, and 4. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Ms. Mitchell, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 28th of 2020, during a routine traffic stop, an officer stopped Ms. Mitchell on Panola Road and Emily Circle in Ellenwood, Georgia, Clayton County. At that time, the officer observed the vehicle with the tag registration November 2019. They did confirm that the registration was expired. So the registration status was suspended for no insurance. The officer then asked for Ms. Mitchell's driver's license. Said she didn't have it on her, but did write down the information. At that time, Ms. Mitchell did not have a Georgia driver's license, but had an expired state of Ohio driver's license. Okay. That will conclude the facts, Your Honor. And at that time, Ms. Mitchell was taken into custody. The state is recommending to no pros the driver with suspended license, the no license, Your Honor, fine of $1,500, Your Honor, and 10 days, 12 months to serve 10 days. And for the tag, $100 suspended. The insurance, $200, Your Honor.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Monty, what's going on with Ms. Mitchell that she can't keep a license?
I understand, Your Honor.
Ms. Mitchell, it is so much cheaper to just go and get a license.
Yeah.
This is like $40 as opposed to knowing you don't have a license and trying to drive anyway, and then possibly putting somebody else in jeopardy. We had a woman who was killed by an unlicensed driver. They couldn't even bury that woman. They had to raise funds from people in the community to bury her because the person who hit her didn't have insurance. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand life is hard out here and economically it's hard for a lot of people, but your economic situation gets a lot worse when you do dumb things, and not having a license, which is probably $40, as opposed to driving and you don't have a license. It just compounds things. Now you're looking at a $1,500 fine, which is going to be more like $2,000 because there are surcharges that come with that make it a lot more. Okay.
Yes.
And then the $200 fine is going to be actually $298. Now, are you going to be able to pay all of that in 12 months? And think rationally about this, because I can give you extra time to pay, but Think about what you can do in 12 months' time.
I would probably need more time.
Okay,
Your
so
Honor,
Mr. Kamani,
can-
I run the second one consecutive and run them TOC.
okay.
Okay, so Ms. Mitchell, what I'm gonna do is, I'll accept your plea of guilty to counts 2, 3, and 4. Count 1 will be null pros. On count 2, it's a $1,500 fine and 10 days in jail. When is Ms. Mitchell gonna serve her 10 days?
Your Honor, she lives in Ohio. She will turn herself in on November 21st.
6 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
And she's gonna do the 10 days straight?
Yes, 10 days straight.
Okay, so Ms. Mitchell, I'm going to expect to see you. If not, an arrest warrant will issue, and it will be it's never a convenient time for you to get arrested. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so make arrangements so that you can do what you need to do. So on count 3, it's a $100 fine that's suspended upon payment of the fines in counts 2 and 4. And on count 2, it's a $200 fine. I'm going to put you on 12 months probation on count 2. And count 3 will run concurrent with count 2. Count 4 will be consecutive to count 2. And you can also continue to pay fines and fees from count 2 on count 4, okay? All right, so that's gonna be a bit of money. Now, here's the other thing. Is any of this, do you need to do community service for any of this money? So I can give you community service for some of the fines and fees at the rate of $10 per hour. So like the $200 fine, you would do 20 hours of community service. The $1,500 fine, I could reduce it so that you can do some community service for that also. But you gotta do it. You can't just decide you're not gonna do it. And then when we get down to the last part, you haven't paid or you haven't done your community service.
Would it have to be there or could I do it in Ohio?
You could do community service in Ohio as long as it meets the criteria for probation here. So they have some rules about where you can and can't do it. But as long as it meets those criteria, you can do it in Ohio.
Okay, I would like that.
Okay, so I'm gonna start you out with, I'll do a $1,000 fine and then 50 hours of community service. If you complete those and you need additional hours of community service, then you can do that, okay?
Okay.
All right. So that'll be $1,000 and then 50 hours of community service for the other $500. That's in your first 12 months. And then on the second 12 months, if you need additional community service, then we can work that in there, okay?
Okay.
All right, so Ms. Mitchell, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert, and she can explain anything that you need to know about probation, particularly since you are doing this outside of Georgia, okay? And please make sure that when you report for your jail time, that you report on time and you bring as little as you need to bring, because you don't want to have a lot of extra stuff to be bothered with when you're reporting, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Mitchell. So I'll put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Speak with her, and once you complete your discussion with her, you do not have to come back to the main room, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, thank you. All right. Next was Brittany Parker. Mr. Kamani.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. She's gonna plead nolo.
Ms. Parker, raise where you are. Where is
I'm
she?
right here.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yeah.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Parker, you're before the court on obstruction of a law enforcement officer, 2020-CR-02116. You're represented by Mr. Kamani. By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On February 26th of 2020, an officer was dispatched to 459 Hilltop Drive in Clayton County in reference to a wanted person. The officer made contact with Ms. Parker. At the time, Ms. Parker avoided the question, appeared to the officer to be withholding information from the deputies regarding the wanted person which they were attempting to locate. Eventually, Ms. Parker did confirm that the person they were looking for was her boyfriend, but stating that she didn't know where he was. That includes the facts, Your Honor. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 7 days, credit for the time served, the balance to be suspended, and there's a $300 fine, Your Honor, suspended as well.
All right, I'm sorry, give me that recommendation again. Is Parker going to the breakout room? I mean, Ms. Mitchell going to the breakout room? Did anybody see? Nope.
Huh?
Ms. Mitchell.
You said go to the breakout room. She said Mitchell.
Yeah, it's Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Kamani,
Yes, Your Honor.
make a note to yourself to give Ms. Mitchell a call because I don't think she went into the breakout room.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Bless her heart. So what's the recommendation on Parker again? I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. 12 months to serve 7 days, credit for the time served, balance to be suspended, $300 fine. The fine is suspended as well, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Parker, I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO to obstructing a law enforcement officer. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 7 days, balance suspended for credit for time served, and $300 fine will be suspended also. At the time, you're free to go, Ms. Parker, okay?
So is this closed? Is this dismissed?
It's closed, ma'am. It's not dismissed, but it is closed for your plea. All right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Larry William Reed. Mr. Reed is represented by Mr. Kamani.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the state is going to dismiss the case.
Yes, Your Honor, the state is moving to no process.
All right, so Mr. Reed, thank you for your presence, sir. Your case has been no process, which means it is not going to be pursued at this time, and you're free to go. All right. Any questions? I can't hear you, Mr. Reed. You muted.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I said this not gonna come up 5 years from now, right?
No,
You
they got
good.
6. Mr. Reed, they get on a no process 6 months to bring it back, and I don't think that they're gonna be killing themselves to bring back an invalid registration and a no tag. But that's just me. We do have some zealous prosecutors, but I believe they got some other cases they can worry about.
Okay.
All right, Mr.
Thank
Reed,
you,
if you need a copy of the no process, you can always stop by the clerk's office and get one, okay?
Okay,
State
thank
court
you, Your
clerk's
Honor.
office. You're welcome.
All
All right. Mr. Kamani, the next person that I called for was Jamar Saunders. Mr. Saunders is present. You
Yes,
have an
Your Honor.
announcement on Mr. Saunders?
I need a brief breakout room with Mr. Saunders.
All right, let me go down so I'll make sure. Ms. Stillwell, did you need a breakout room with Ms. Stillwell?
No, Your Honor. I have an announcement for Stillwell.
Okay, go ahead with the Stillwell announcement.
So count 1, driving under influence, is going to be amended to reckless driving. And she's going to plead guilty to that. And counts 2 and 3, she's going to plead NOLO.
Okay, so driving under the influence, count 1. So are y'all adding reckless as count 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and she's gonna plead NOLO to which would driving under the suspended or revoked license,
Yes, Your Honor.
guilty to reckless and NOLO to license or NOLO both.
No, guilty to reckless and Nolo to driving on a suspended license.
All right, Ms. Stillwell, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on Clayton, Georgia versus Sandy Marie Stillwell, 2020 CR 02634 for driving under the influence, count 1, driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 2, improper backing, count 3, and reckless driving, count 4. You're entering a plea of nolo to count 2, driving on a suspended or revoked license, and a plea of guilty to count 4, reckless driving. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis or recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On February 14th, 2020, an officer was dispatched to Terra Boulevard and Upper Riverdale Road in Clayton County, where he made contact with driver 1 and driver 2. Driver 1 was identified as Ms. Stillwell. At that time, the officer determined that where the second vehicle was attempting to make the left-hand turn, driver 1 backed up into that vehicle. It was determined that Ms. Stillwell's license was suspended upon speaking with driver 1, Ms. Stillwell at that time, Your Honor. That would conclude the facts, Your Honor. The state is recommending 12 months of probation, $300 fine, Your Honor, 40 hours of community service, substance abuse evaluation and treatment, follow-up treatment, no drugs or alcohol, random screening and testing, the DUI risk reduction program for count 1 of the reckless, count 2 for the driving the license suspended, a $500 fine, 12 months probation concurrent, and for the improper backing, a $50 fine with the 12 months probation concurrent, Your Honor.
I thought the improper backing was a no process.
No, I think she was just pleading NOLO. That's not my understanding.
Yes, Your Honor. It's not a no process. She's
Okay.
pleading no.
And what was it for the improper backing again?
$50 fine, Your Honor, with the 12 months probation to be concurrent.
All right, Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Ms. Stillwell?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Stillwell, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay, so Ms. Stillwell, you know you need to make better choices, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because you got a plethora of things going on. I mean, if it's not bad enough that you were out here possibly DUI, which is now a reckless, you also didn't have a license that was current. So I don't understand people who go around driving when they know they don't have a current license, like magically they'll never get pulled over for anything ever. But then they compound it by doing something else dumb to get the attention of the police. We're not going to do that anymore, are we, Ms. Stillwell?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, because it costs a lot.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
So I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO to count 2 and count 3, guilty to count 4. On count 2, I'll sentence you to 12 months probation to pay a fine in the amount of $500. That's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. On count 3, it's a $50 fine that'll run concurrent with count 2. And on count 4, it's 12 months to pay a fine in the amount of $300, 40 hours of community service, a substance abuse evaluation and treatment that may be ordered, and no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. And you're subject to random screens for alcohol and you'll take a risk reduction course. Okay, so Ms. Stillwell, well, all things being considered, you have messed up to the tune of probably $5,000 or $6,000 or more. Mr. Kamani, is the 12 months going to be enough time for her to do all of this?
Ms. Stillwell, will you be able to pay? Will you be able to pay the fines in 12 months, or we can do it 24 months if you want?
I believe I'll be able to take care of the fines in 12 months.
All right. Okay. So, Ms. Stillwell, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Don't leave before you speak with Mrs. Thomas. She's our probation expert. Ask her any questions that are particular to your situation so that she can help you successfully complete probation. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And the quickest way to get arrested for a probation violation is to not report to probation. Okay, so you got to make all of your probation reports.
Yes, Your Honor, that won't be an issue.
All right. So I'll put you. Yes.
I'll just want to show I'm working on the amendment for that accusation.
Okay.
Just like
so I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, and once you finish speaking with her, you'll be free to leave at that time. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, so the last case is Mr. Saunders. Mr. Kamani, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Saunders, and then I'm going to call, since Ms. Gross is back, I'm going to go ahead and do her case, Beasley, Boyd. We're still waiting on, and then I'll begin calling the 11 o'clock calendar. Thank you all on the 11 o'clock calendar for having patience. Let's go ahead and put Mr. Kamani and Mr. Saunders in breakout room number 5. All right. And Ms. Gross, did you have an announcement on Beasley?
Your Honor, we're asking you to hold that for a few minutes. Ms. Beasley's not able to stand at the podium, and so we were not able to hear or converse with her. So Ms. Hahn is driving to the courthouse to speak with her in person. If you'll just give us maybe 20 more minutes to straighten that out.
All right, now, so we're waiting on Boyd. So we'll switch to the 11 o'clock calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11 o'clock calendar for Clayton County State Court, Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is courtroom 304.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't called. I mean, I was called at the beginning, remember?
No, you weren't called in the beginning. I asked why there was an A on the screen, and you said Alexis Morgan. But I'll go through my calendar and look for you. I don't see you on the 10 o'clock.
I'm 11.
Okay, so you're not going to be called till I call the 11 o'clock calendar.
Oh, I thought you said this was concluding the 11 o'clock. I didn't want to get dismissed without being seen.
No, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure who Anthony Rabor is. Is that a Miss Dillard? I'm not comfortable releasing the state's witnesses. So if you have people here who are witnesses of yours, if we've discussed their case and it's okay with the attorneys, y'all can dismiss them. I don't have a problem with that. All right, Victor Adu Florent Victor Adu. This is a list of residents. Okay.
Your Honor, I'll need a moment to speak with him.
Okay. Carlos Inocencio Arellano. John Pascua is the attorney. Carlos Inocencio Arellano. Last call, Carlos Inocencio Arellano.
Your Honor, is it requested bench warrant bond forfeiture?
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Ryan Alonzo Banks.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Banks is on the Zoom call. We got an amended recommendation on Friday, so I need a moment to speak with him.
All right. Amber Raquel Brown, Ms. Karen Pass.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, or morning, I'm sorry. We didn't receive notice of this court date, and neither did Ms. Brown. She happened to look online, and so she emailed us today. I have not received discovery. I looked at it, and it looks like, I remember last time I was on, you said if we, haven't received their electronic, we need to schedule an appointment, but I didn't know it was on, but also they mailed it out before arraignment, and I don't know who they mailed it to, but I went and been on the case since it was first started. Then in the system, it shows they mailed it maybe to Lister and Holder somebody before arraignment, but I'll check on that with them, but
Okay,
I
stop, Ms. Pass, stop. So let's go back to what I said before, which was you didn't receive the discovery that you needed to make an appointment to get it. Did you do that, ma'am?
I didn't even know it was on today.
Okay, did you?
Nobody got notice.
You wait for to get your discovery on your case till it pops up on a calendar?
I don't, but I have a lot of cases in different counties, and if it's a 2020 case and hasn't come up for 2 years, it wasn't on the top of my mind. I'm not sure why we didn't get notice either, but usually if we get notice, it's a good time for me to do that.
Well, not really, because when you get notice, that means I'm ready to notice if the case is going to be for trial. If you're getting ready the week before trial or the day before trial, because honestly, trial could have been tomorrow.
Right, but if I didn't get notice, Judge, I wouldn't have known. I should have received notice, but a lot of people on this calendar apparently did not, either my client or me.
What I'm saying to you is, and as a former practicing attorney who did criminal defense work and civil work, I didn't wait until a case popped up on the calendar to request discovery. And we've already spoken about this. When you came on before and you said you didn't get discovery, I said, is there a way to fix this? And the state said, sure, you make an appointment, you can view the discovery. So at that point, my understanding is you were going to make an appointment because the possibility exists that once you get the discovery, you can settle the case without trial, possibly. But if you don't know what's in the discovery.
Can I ask why, if I mailed out my discovery at arraignment, did everything I'm supposed to, the onus is on me to determine whether or not I receive it, instead of they don't look to see if they received it, if they sent it to me because they did it. Why is it my job to see?
They sent it to Lister and Holt, which was the prior attorney. So you could contact Lister and Holt, or you can contact them. They're not required to send it to everybody who signs on to this case.
But they're required by statute to let me know that they've sent it to someone and I need to contact them.
Your Honor, it does not look like we were ever appointed on this case. I checked court case inquiry and I checked our internal system. So apparently we did not ever represent her. We did not receive any discovery.
Your name is on there. That's the only way. I looked on it today. That's the only way I found that. So I don't know who they sent it to, but it was prior to arraignment. So I'm guessing, but it's not on me to ask the state if they sent it to someone prior to myself per the statute. It is on me for them to tell me that they sent it and then me to get it, but not for me to go asking around to every prosecutor if I did what I was supposed to, if they sent it to someone else.
The discovery was sent on 12/30/2020 and amended on 10/25/2022, and it was sent to Ms. Pass on 10/25/2022. We do that by certification. We certify to the court that certify to the court what we send and to whom we send it.
You only sent the amended witness list on 10/25/22. You're not resending me the discovery.
Okay. It was amended. That's what I said. It was amended on 10/25/2022.
The witness list was, yes, but I didn't receive discovery at all.
Here's the problem I have. All that notwithstanding, you and I and Mr. Brooks discussed the fact that if you didn't get discovery, you would make an appointment to go get it. So you were already on notice that you didn't have the discovery, and then an appointment was necessary to get the discovery. So all that other stuff you're saying is just
But not on this case, Judge. Y'all didn't even send me notice of this case. Neither did my client. Didn't get notice, nor did I. How am I on?
A bunch of people have shown up today who said the same thing. We're going to check on it, but you're here now. And
Mr. Florio had the same issue, and he didn't have a problem.
Pass. I just acknowledged that a bunch of people have said the same thing. You're focusing on the wrong thing, Ms. Pass. You're focusing on the fact that you may or may not get notice. I'm focusing on the fact that the last time you did get notice, we talked about the discovery issue, and you didn't do anything to cure it.
It wasn't on
So-
this case, Judge. If it was, this person on this case.
Ms.
has been on
Bass,
since
do you have an announcement on the case?
Yes, Judge, I'm not ready. I haven't received discovery and I didn't receive notice. I'm asking for a continuance.
Does the state have an objection?
The state is ready. By the state's review of the record, we've met our obligation as related to statutory discovery, which is misdemeanor discovery. There are certain things that are required for misdemeanor discovery, and there are certain things that are not required for misdemeanor discovery. As it relates to misdemeanor discovery, the state has met its obligation.
Judge, if you need be, in 10 days from the date I received notice, which is today, I'll be ready to try this case. It's a misdemeanor. I don't have a problem trying.
Okay, so since notice was sent and since the
This wasn't sent, Judge.
Ms. Pass.
We did not receive notice.
Ms. Pass. It was sent to somebody.
It
Hold on.
wasn't sent to either one
Ms.
of us.
Pass,
Judge.
you're not letting me finish. I'm just need you to stop because it doesn't matter to me whether you try to case December 6th or whether we put you on another calendar. I feel like you've had enough time to get ready for this case. So don't say another word, please. So as I was about to say, I will put you on the January calendar, but you're going to have to get the discovery. If you come up with no discovery again, then that's going to be an issue for me. And we're just going to move forward with the case. And my issue is don't take cases you can't handle. Everybody has a bunch of cases, ma'am, but they got to keep up with the discovery and everything in them. If not, hire somebody to work with you.
Yes, Judge, and I can handle all of my cases. I don't have this problem in any other county I practice in.
Ma'am,
or even in the
you
Clayton
said
County
that
period.
before. You actually said that. I remember judges talk, Ms. Pass. You're
I know, and
legendary.
it's the truth. Oh, I know they do. I know that y'all talk.
Okay, so when you say you don't have that problem in any other county,
I don't.
ma'am, that's not true. All right, so we're gonna move you to the January calendar, ma'am. And I will assume that you will make whatever efforts are necessary to get discovery by that time. And then since you're announcing ready, we'll see you on the January calendar.
Your Honor, if I could just correct, it does say in court case inquiry that we were appointed at some point. I've checked our discovery folder where our discovery sent and I don't have it. So I'm afraid I can't forward.
Okay. Well, she has the option of going to the state and getting it in person. I didn't see that you all were appointed, but I was not disputing that point with Ms. Pass. All right, so anything else, Ms. Pass?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. See you next time. Bobby Earl Brown. Brandon Klein is the attorney.
I'm sorry. I'm Amber Brown. Am I free to leave, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Just keep in touch with your attorney. You'll be on the January trial calendar.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Kamani, do you have an announcement on Mr. Saunders?
Yes, Your Honor. Count 1, Your Honor, he's going to plead guilty. Count 2, nolo. And count 3 will be no pros or merged.
All right, Mr. Saunders, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Saunders, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Jamar Saunders, 2019 CR 08648 for driving under the influence, count 1, failure to yield the right of way, count 2, and reckless driving, count 3. By entering a plea of guilty to count 1, nolo to count 2, and count 3 will merge. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August the 3rd of 2019, an officer was called to Riverdale Road and East Fayetteville Road in Clayton County, Georgia. At that point, the officer made contact with driver 1 and driver 2 for the incident. During his investigation, the officer determined that driver 1, Mr. Jamar Saunders. Mr. Jamar Saunders had a smell of alcohol beverage. He advised that he had been drinking about an hour and a half earlier. The officer determined that he was confused and disoriented, stating he was just following the GPS. The officer did conduct a field sobriety test, and he had 6, showing 6 out of 6, Your Honor. He also conducted the HGN, 7 out of the 8, and the walk and turn, 2 out of the 4. He was read the implied consent, Your Honor, and he refused. And at that time was taken into custody. The state is recommending for the DUI charge, 12 months probation, $300 fine. Excuse me, let me back up, Your Honor. 12 months to serve 1 day, Your Honor. Balance probated. Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Has he served that day?
I believe that he has, Your Honor.
Okay.
Double check. Yes, Your Honor. $300 fine, 40 hours community service. No drugs or alcohol, random screening and testing, risk reduction course, Your Honor, and substance abuse evaluation and follow-up treatment. For the failure to yield, Your Honor, $100 fine, and count 3 would merge, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Saunders?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Saunders, this is a 2019 case, so I'm assuming that you have learned your lesson since then, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't had any incidents since then.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty on count 1. Count 2 is nolo, and count 3 will merge. I'll sentence you on count 1 to 12 months to serve 1 day credit for time served. Balance will be probated, so you can pay a fine in the amount of $300. It's going to be $444 with the surcharges. 40 hours of community service. You're to take a substance abuse evaluation and do any treatment that they may order. No alcohol or drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs, and you're to take a risk reduction course. On count 2, it's a $100 fine, and that'll run concurrent with count 1. The $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas.
Your Honor, I forgot to inform you one thing. So he lives in Washington, D.C. Is it okay if he can report to probation by mail?
All right, mail or Mr. Saunders. So Mr. Saunders, the programs through the Washington, D.C. probation, if it's accepted by the courts, I'll accept it here, okay?
Okay.
Talk to
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're breaking up.
Probation about the fact that you'll be, when I put you in the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, she'll explain to you what you need to do since you'll be doing it by the phone report, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, so there's a Miss Lynn Crockett who was a witness on one of the cases for the 10 o'clock calendar, but she's not sure she can be excused because she's not sure of the name of the person she was here as a witness for, okay? So if Miss Dillard, if you could reach out to Miss Crockett to let her know what she needs to do. All right, so Mr. Saunders, I'm going to put in the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, okay? Let's see. All right. Once you finish speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you're free to, you don't have to come back to the main room, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mhm.
All right. Bobby Earl Brown, Brandon Klein. Mr. Saunders, touch your screen. You should see the invitation. Bobby Earl Brown. Bobby Earl Brown. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Devon Cruz Brown.
Yeah, that's our client. We did not have a valid phone number for him, so we've not had contact.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Carlos Bernard Daniels.
Mr. Daniels is present on the Zoom call. I'll need a minute to speak with him. I believe that's going to be a plea, but I just need to verify some details.
Okay. Princeton Apollos Davis. Princeton Apollos Davis.
We have not had contact with that client either.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Kimberly Bianca Day.
Present. No need a pre-trial with her.
Alicia Renee Fullard. Alicia Renee Fullard.
We've not had contact with her either.
Alicia Renee Fullard, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Nikita Sierra Harvin. I do not have an attorney for Ms. Harvin. These are traffic offenses. Nikita Sierra Harvin. Last call, Nikita Sierra Harvin.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Jonathan Kim Hong, hour.
Good morning, Judge, or good afternoon. I'm not sure. It's still morning.
It's still morning.
Judge, I would have to ask for a continuance in this case. My client.
Hold on, Mr. Hour. Go ahead, ma'am.
My client is out of the country until January with his family.
Okay, will he be back in January, like at the beginning of January, or is this going to have to be moved? Are y'all announcing ready for trial first?
Judge, we're not announcing ready.
Okay.
And I would actually ask if it be put on the February calendar.
All right. Have you all had a chance to pre-trial with the state?
Yes, I've spoken to the state.
All right. So you believe you'll be ready for the February calendar?
Yes, Judge.
All righty. All right. So you'll get notice. Ms. Gatson, did you get notice of this calendar?
For one of my cases, I did. For this one, I'm not sure if I received the notice on this one. I don't think I did.
Okay. All right. Richard B. Houston. Thank you, Ms. Gatson. We'll move you to February. Mr. Hour, keep in touch with Ms. Gaston, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If anything changes about your contact information, you let her know first.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for your time. Y'all have a nice day.
You too. Richard B. Houston.
I'm saying, so am I free to go? Like,
Hold on, Mr. Daniels. Richard B. Houston. Okay, Eddie Sanders is here. He was on the case for Bobby Brown. So Ms. Dillard or someone from the solicitor's office, could you reach out to Mr. Sanders? And yeah, and let him know whether he's free to go at this time.
I would, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. Houston, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Earl Burke is the attorney. Anything from Mr. Burke? Jamie Iraheta Menjivar, Byron Morgan. Jamie Iraheta Menjivar or Jaime Iraheta Menivar. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Jessica Jefferson. Jessica Jefferson.
Your Honor, I have been in touch with her. Can we just hold back this case? I'll try to get it on the Zoom call.
You've been in touch with her prior to this calendar?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll hold bench warrant, bond forfeiture. If she shows up, then I'll erase it. All right, Natalie Lopez Robles. Natalie Marie Lopez Robles.
Here I am. Judge, this is a case where there's a co-defendant and his case was elevated to a felony. And we believe that the co-defendant will invoke his Fifth Amendment right. I just need to confirm it with his attorney.
Okay.
He has a pending felony in the same incident.
So you think this is a possible cross fifth?
Yes.
Okay, when will we be able to do that?
Judge, I would say probably on your next calendar. Would that be, you said December 6th?
Mm-hmm.
I am in the process of talking to his attorney, so I'm hoping that we can do it then because he is incarcerated.
All right, so the December 6th calendar, we'll put you on for a cross fifth with Miss Natalie Lopez Robles.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Did you have anything else, Miss Gatson?
No, may I be excused?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, have a great day.
You too. James Rodriguez McLean.
Oh, no, I have not been able to get in touch.
James Rodriguez McLean. Last call, James Rodriguez McLean. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Alexis Shariah Morgan.
Yes, ma'am. Turn my camera on, ma'am.
All right, Miss Morgan is present.
Your Honor, I just wanted to know the state's announcement.
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we are ready as well. She's going to plead not guilty.
Okay, so you'll be ready for your number 3 out on the December 6th calendar. All right, so Ms. Morgan, you'll be ready as called on the December 6th calendar. I have 2 cases ahead of you, but that doesn't mean you won't you won't be called, okay? Because those cases could take a plea and then we'd be ready to try your case, okay? Keep in touch with your attorney, Mr. Kamani.
Well,
all right, you're free to go. Yes, ma'am.
I don't understand what was. That's how I don't understand what was said.
Okay, so your attorney and the state have both announced that they are ready to try your case, to have a trial by jury. That will take place on December 6th. But I have 2 other cases that announced before that. So generally what happens is once we get to trial and I get a jury, people take pleas. So those first 2 cases may go away. If they go away, then your case will be up for trial. So you should stand by and be ready to be in court the week of December 6th, okay?
Okay, and so after that's scheduled, I won't have to answer to court again for being the victim, right?
The what? So whatever else you need to know, Ms. Morgan, you need to ask your attorney, Mr. Kamani, because I don't want you saying something on this call that may jeopardize your defense, okay?
Miss Morgan, I'll give you a call, okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. So Derek Ernest Murray. Derek Ernest Murray.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to get in touch.
Derek Ernest Murray, last call. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Hello, hello, I am his wife.
You're Mr. Murray's wife?
Yes.
Okay, so you are here because?
I got a letter and saying that I have to attend today.
Okay, so is she your witness, Ms. Janvier?
She is.
Yes, Your Honor, she's the victim of the case.
Okay, so Ms. Salim, Ms. Dillard is going to speak with you about what you need to do next, okay?
Okay, yeah, if somebody will call me or something.
Your Honor, I will call her.
All right, so yes, Ms. Dillard is gonna, Mr. Sims, Kamara Sims, Kamara Sims. Sam? Hello?
Hello?
You're making a whole lot of noise. Can you mute, please?
Yes, I had to go in another room. My bad.
No, just mute. I won't hear anything. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, Ms. Salim, Ms. Dillard is going to give you a call, but you're free to go at this time. Mr. Murray has not appeared, and Mr. Murray should have a bench warrant. I mean, not a bench warrant, a bond condition that says he's not to have contact with you. So if he does have contact with you, ma'am, and you feel you can contact the police, okay?
Okay.
All right, so wait, Miss Dillard, you're free to go at this time. Miss Dillard's gonna talk to you.
Okay. Does he have my phone number?
Does who have, Miss Dillard? I don't know. Miss Dillard, do you have?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have her phone number.
Okay, Miss Dillard has your number.
Okay.
I will call you, Ms. Salim.
All right, Ms. Dillard. See you.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, so Lamar Rashad Pope.
Yes, Your Honor, he's on the Zoom call, and I have an announcement.
All right, what's your announcement?
Count 1 will be no pros. Count 2, he's going to plead nolo. Count 3, it will be a no pros.
Okay, Mr. Pope, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Pope, you're before the court on 2020 CR 03155 for driving under the influence, count 1, improper lane change, count 2, and reckless driving, count 3. Your attorney is present, Mr. Kamani. By entering a plea of nolo to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the, yes?
Before we proceed, I think there was an amendment to the recommendation, so I just want to make sure Ms. Kamani is aware of the recommendation.
Okay.
May we go into a breakout room? I can actually speak to him, and Ms. Janvier can stay on the calendar to ensure that we continue the business of the court.
You and Mr. Kamani will be in breakout room number 3. Ms. Janvier will move on with the call of the calendar. All right, so we'll hold on Pope. Brandon Rashad Presley, I see Mr. Presley on the call. Is this Mr. Kamani's case?
I believe that it is, Your Honor.
Yes, he has the end of the alphabet, so yes.
It's what?
Don't he have the end of the alphabet? So yes, I think this is his case.
All right, so Johnny Tyrone Scoten, that's Ms. Cat Pass's other case. Is she here? No. Jonay, no, not yet. Johnny Tyrone, where can somebody find where Ms. Cat Pass went, please? Oh, you gonna move it to January, Ms. Val? With the other case?
Yeah, let's put both of them in January.
All right, thank you. Whew. Lord have mercy. Nikita Damon Simmons. Nikita Simmons. Nikita Simmons. Hold on, Mr. Daniels. Nikita Simmons. I don't have any response from Nick Simmons, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Charles Brandon Smith. Charles Brandon Smith. Charles Brandon Smith. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. And Samuel Paul Witherington. This is Miss Shanteria Martin Stokes' case. Samuel Paul Witherington. Samuel Paul Witherington, bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Gross, you needed a breakout room with Mr. Adu. Is Ms. Hahn in the breakout room, in the courtroom?
Actually, she is, and she's already spoken with Mr. Adu.
Mhm.
Your Honor, we're going to request a continuance in that case. We have an immigration issue that we need to look into. So if we could have that case continued to the December calendar, please.
Okay, Ms. Janvier, do you have any objection?
Your Honor, the state is ready on this case.
Okay. So, Ms. Gross, are y'all ready for what you're saying is you're ready for the December 6th calendar, but there's an immigration issue you need to look into?
Your Honor, he's interested in entering a plea, and I think we've worked out a negotiated plea, but in conversations with him, we believe there may be an immigration issue that we hadn't looked into yet, and so he's gonna need to consult with an immigration attorney before he enters that plea.
All right, so Ms. Val, is she gonna go on the December calendar call for a possible plea?
No, there won't be a calendar call.
Okay,
It'll be straight to trial if she's ready. She can take a plea on that day, on the 6th at 1.
okay. So December 6th is the next court date.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. We should be able to let the court and the state know something before then.
All right. Ryan Alonzo Banks.
Your Honor, we needed a pretrial on that, but I actually have another announcement. Mr. Daniels also is on this calendar and is also requesting a continuance. Again, Your Honor, believe we might be able to work out a plea, but we're just going to need a little bit of additional time. He also stated he didn't receive notice for today's hearing. We were able to contact him by phone. That's how he knew to be here.
Okay, and you want to continue to the December 6th calendar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you believe that you'll have something worked out by the December 6th calendar?
I hope so. I'm not certain about that one, but I believe so.
Okay, so this case will go on the December 6th calendar for possible plea.
That's an in-court appearance.
In court.
Yes, ma'am. And then Miss Beasley was on the 10 o'clock calendar.
Yes.
And she's announcing ready. Your Honor, she's in the courtroom, but she has difficulty standing, so I'm not sure.
Okay, so she's fourth out on December 6th.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can she be released?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Beasley, you can go.
So am I good? Is Mr. Daniels able to leave?
All right, so Mr. Daniels, you'll be back on the December 6th calendar. On December 6th, you'll come into the courtroom at 1 p.m., okay?
Okay, so do I appear in court or do I do the Zoom?
You appear in court at 1 p.m. on December 6th.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
You said 1 p.m., right?
1 p.m.
All right, thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Have a great
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so, and you said Ryan Banks, we didn't have an announcement for Mr. Banks. That was a bench warrant. You said you were gonna try and get in touch with him?
Your Honor, Mr. Banks was on the call. I just needed a pretrial with him.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, you need a pretrial with Ms. Gross. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room. Breakout room number 4.
Thank you.
All right.
Excuse
And
me.
Mr. Yes.
I'm also, I had a subpoena for, Ryan Banks's case. Can I also be put into the, breakout room?
No, ma'am. That's just for attorneys and their clients. If you're a witness, then you belong to the state. You're their witness, so you don't get to hear what the defense is talking about.
Oh, well, then there's a conflict of interest because I'm his mother.
No, there's no conflict, ma'am. You're not the defendant, so you don't get, is he over the age of 21?
Yes.
Okay,
by
then
some
he
time.
ain't a baby, ma'am. He grown, so
Oh,
he,
which is fine, but I didn't even realize that that I was the witness of the attorney. I mean, the state at all. I just got the subpoena and that was it. I didn't know.
okay, ma'am, that's how it works. So you're the state's witness and he's in with his attorney.
Okay.
Ms. Fields, just stand by to speak to Ms. Dillard.
Thank
But
you.
if he's over 21, he get to be a grown man.
Which
Even
is
if
fine. I'm not, believe you me, I'm not arguing that. But again, I just was not aware that I was a witness. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Turn this off.
All right, so we'll let you know when you're able to leave, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Kamani, did you have someone that you needed to speak to from this calendar?
Yes, Your Honor. I need to speak to Pope and Presley.
Okay. Okay. So let me put you in a breakout room with Mr. Pope. Mr. Pope, we were in the middle of taking your plea and then we had an issue. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Kamani so you all can work out whatever the change was. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 5 and one second. All right. And once Mr. Kamani and Ms. Gross come back, then we'll be able to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here as a witness on a case, so you're actually a witness for the state. So the solicitor's office will talk to you until we conclude your case today or make an announcement on it. We need you to be here. But once we've made an announcement on the case that you're here for, then you'll be given instructions about what you need to do. But Ms. Dillard or someone from the Solicitor General's office will talk to you or contact you about anything that you need to do in the future, okay? You're here on a Samsung. What's your name, sir? Okay, sir with the beard. You just signed on. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
My name is Derek Murray.
All right. Mr. Murray, good thing you showed up. We had a bench warrant down for you.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Murray, your attorney is in a breakout room with someone right now. As soon as he comes out, we'll have him speak with you about the case, okay?
Okay.
All right, just mute your device. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the defense attorneys are in breakout rooms speaking with their clients. Once they come out of the breakout room, then we'll be able to make announcements. If you are here as a witness on a particular case, just hold still. Once we have made an announcement in that particular case, then you'll be given instructions about whether you need to remain or whether you can be released. Please, while you're not speaking with you, please make sure you mute your device because we hear a lot of embarrassing things when you don't. All right.
So I don't know.
Your Honor.
Hello?
Sometimes I thought about you, I moved you out. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
We can proceed with Mr. Pope's case.
All right. Mr. Pope? I have you before the court for one count of driving under the influence. That will be no pros. A NOLO plea on count 2 and a reckless driving count 3 will be no pros. Has that been amended in any way, Ms. Janvier?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, recommendation. I'm sorry, by entering a plea of NOLO to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 6, 2020, while an officer was on patrol of Garden Walk Boulevard and West Lees Mill Road of Clayton County, the officer observed a vehicle that was off the roadway and into a ditch. That vehicle was driven by Mr. Pope. The state's recommendation for the driving under the influence is to no pros. For the improper lane change, the state is recommending 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, the balance be probated, risk reduction program, Your Honor, and no drug or alcohol, random screening and testing, 40 hours of community service, substance abuse evaluation and follow treatment, and a $300 fine, Your Honor. And for the reckless driving, no pros as well.
All right. All right, Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Pope?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Pope, I have counts 1 and 3, no pros, count 2, NOLO, 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, balance will be probated for you to take a substance abuse evaluation, any treatment that may be ordered. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol or drugs, and you're to take a risk reduction course and do 40 hours of community service. Anything else, Ms. Janvier? Did I miss anything?
No, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right. All right, Mr. Pope, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is the probation expert, and she's going to sign you up and get answer any questions that you might have about your particular situation. The quickest way to get arrested is to not show up for your probation reports. So please make sure that you show up for those probation reports, okay?
No problem.
All right, thank you, sir. You're going to go into breakout room number 6. All right, and Mr. Kamani, you need to speak with Mr. Presley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Presley, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Kamani, breakout room number 5. All right, if there are any people here who are connected to the Pope case, please let them know whether they can leave, Ms. Dillard or Ms. Janvier. All right, Mr. Kamani, you're in breakout room number 5 with Mr. Presley.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
Your Honor, can I have a breakout room with Ms. Janvier for very briefly?
Yes. Ms. Janvier is in room 1. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1, Mr. Kamani.
All right, Your Honor.
Did someone just call my name or no? LaWanda Fields?
Not yet, Ms. Fields.
Okay.
Can I join as well, Your Honor?
Sure, Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
can you put me in breakout room number 5?
Hello?
I got Zoom. Zoom court.
In Zoom court right now.
Let me feel on SSD needs to go on probation because this is second modification. He's still gonna pay.
Well, what's the issue?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Murray.
Oh, did y'all call me?
No. Mr. Kamani, you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. For Presley,
Yes.
count one is going to plead guilty. Count two will merge. Count three, nolo. Count four will be no prost. And count five, nolo.
Okay. All right, Mr. Presley, let me see you. Okay, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Presley, you're before the court on 2020-CR03555. Mr. Muhammad Kamani is your attorney, and he's here with you on the call. You're entering a plea of guilty to count one, nolo to for driving under the influence. Count two, driving under the influence will merge. Count three, driving on a no license or suspended or revoked license. I'm sorry, driving on a suspended or revoked license. You'll enter a plea of nolo. Count 5, no license will be no prost, and count 6, open container is a no-lo. By entering these pleas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On May 23rd, 2020, an officer responded to, just looking for the address. My apologies, Your Honor. Yes, I'm sorry. So Your Honor, on May 23rd, 2020, an officer responded to 330 B32 Arrowhead Boulevard in Jonesboro, Georgia of Clayton County. At that time, he made contact with Mr. Presley, where he was advised that Mr. Presley advised that he had been admitted that he had been drinking that day. He had 4 shots of Paul Masson. The officer did observe a smell of alcoholic beverage coming from Mr. Presley's breath. He appeared to have glossy eyes. The officer at that time did investigate, through his investigation, determined that Mr. Presley's license had been suspended. It expired August the 10th of 2019. The officer did perform an HGN test, as well as a walk and turn test, Your Honor. On the second of the 9 steps, the Mr. Presley did step off, missed the heel to toe touches, and only took 8 steps. He also performed the 1-leg test, the 1-leg stand test, Your Honor. And he swayed and raised his arm to keep his balance. So after completing the field sobriety test, he determined that Mr. Presley was DUI, less safe. Your Honor, Mr. Presley has been referred to DUI court, as this was his 2nd and 5. And so the recommendation is the 12 months of probation, 20 days to serve. He has a $600 fine, 240 hours of community service, the risk reduction course, ignition interlock device, $25 publishing fee, Your Honor, substance abuse evaluation, any recommended treatment, no drugs or alcohol, random testing or screening to comply with the DUI court. The less safe is going to merge.
We negotiated to 4 weekends, right?
Yes, Your Honor, for the time you'd already served. So the remaining would be 4 weekends. The less safe would merge. The driving with the suspended license, 12 months probation, consecutive to count 1, no drugs or alcohol, random testing, and again, complying with the DUI court, no prosta, no license. And the open container, $200 suspended, Your Honor.
All right. I think I heard everything. Anything, Mr. Kamani?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, so on count 1, I have 12 months to serve 20 days, credit for 12 days, balance of 4 weeks, of 4 weekends, to be served, and the balance of the 12 months will be served on probation. $600 fine with surcharges, plus surcharges, 240 hours of community service, a substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that might be ordered, a risk reduction course, and you're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You'll have an ignition interlock device and a publication fee of $25. And count 3 is 12 months probation to be consecutive with count 1. No alcohol or drugs, and you'll continue with the DUI court's requirements. And count 5, concurrent with count 1, is a $200 suspended fine. Is that correct?
Your Honor, did you get the substance abuse evaluation?
I did.
You said you did?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
I'm
got
sorry.
that. All right, anything else? Mr. Presley?
Yes, ma'am.
So how old are you, sir?
35.
Okay, so we can acknowledge that you got a little problem with alcohol, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So the purpose of the DUI court is to give you the tools to handle that. Okay. Even if you're not in DUI court, there are still places that you can go. That's why Alcoholics Anonymous exists. It is where you can go to get support from people who are in the same situation that you are in. Some have progressed a little further along the road to sobriety and some have not, but at least they are individuals who can assist you in your journey to sobriety.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so even if you're not in DUI court, once this is all over for you from the court presentation, you still should seek some kind of support for your sobriety, because alcoholism is an ongoing thing. It's not, I got cured and I'm good. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the fact that you acknowledge that lets me understand that you at least know where you are. But the worst thing, Mr. Presley, that could happen is if you fail to keep your sobriety and you get behind the wheel of a car, and then either you end up dying, somebody you love ends up dying, or somebody that just randomly happens to wander into your path ends up dying. And there is no sentence that any judge could give you that could be worse than knowing that you took someone's life through carelessness. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room. You're going to talk with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. You'll be going into the DUI court. When does he need to appear for the DUI intake? You know?
Somebody said the 18th for
November 18th?
No, Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
that is when he wants to turn himself in.
Oh, okay.
okay.
When is he going to do the DUI intake? Because Judge
I don't
Spencer
know that
is
we
in
know
charge.
that date.
All right, so we need to get that so he'll know. All right, so sir, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, and you're the supervising judge for the DUI court is Judge Spencer. So she'll be transferred to her care, okay?
So do I press any buttons?
No, not yet. I'm going to put you in the breakout room number 6. And once you see that invitation pop up, then you can press the button, okay?
Okay.
All right, it's coming right now. You should see it now. Touch your screen.
I see leave. Oh, okay.
No.
Breakout. Okay, I see it. Join breakout.
Okay, there you go. All right. So we're waiting on an announcement on Banks. Has Mr. Banks arrived? And on Kimberly Day. Miss Gross.
Yes, on Banks, Mr. Banks is announcing ready for trial.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Banks, Miss Val, does he go on the trial after the December 6th?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the January trial calendar?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Banks will be number 1 on the January trial calendar.
And Your Honor, do you know what that date is?
No, not yet.
I
We'll
do
be
not.
able to send out notice.
Yeah, lots of stuff are in the air. We're changing chiefs on both levels on January 1st. So we'll determine what's gonna happen as quickly as we can.
All right, thank you.
And then Day.
Miss Day is requesting a continuance. Your Honor, we lost contact with her during the pandemic, and so we just feel like we need a little bit more time. She has some health issues that she's dealing with, and we just need a little extra time to decide what's going to happen with our case. So we would request it being continued for 1 month. So if we could put it on the, I guess at this point, I guess the January calendar.
Okay, so Miss Day will go on the January calendar call.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we do have updated contact information for her now.
All right, Miss Day, please stay in touch with your attorney. Anybody else on this calendar? I think that completes the call of the calendar.
Your Honor, Mr. Murray, Derek Murray has appeared.
Oh, okay. So what's going on with Mr. Murray? Do you need a breakout room with him?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I need
And Mr. Murray from which calendar?
11 a.m.
Okay. All right, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Murray. Once you come out, then Mr. Kamani can make an announcement on that case. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the SSD calendar, just hold on a second. I'm going to make an announcement in that in a moment, okay? Mr. Murray. There we go. All right, Mr. Murray is in breakout room number 5 with Mr. Kamani, and we'll be right back.
And Your Honor, may Mr. Banks be released?
Yes, Mr. Banks, please keep in touch with your attorney. And you can be released at this time.
And Your Honor, I have just one more request.
Mr. Banks, where's Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks, let me see you. So Mr. Banks, check your bond conditions. If you have a bond condition that says you're not to have contact with anyone or not to go back to that location, please make sure you adhere to those bond conditions, because if you have contact with that individual or go back to that location, you could be rearrested. You could have additional charges, either misdemeanors or felonies, and you could have your bond revoked and sit in jail until your case is tried, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time. Ms. Gross, did you have something else?
I did, Your Honor. Can we just do a brief breakout with Ms. Janvier, Mr. Brooks, and Your Honor?
Okay, without Mr. Kamani, because he's in a breakout room.
It's okay. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll tell him. I'll catch him up.
All right, 1 second, Ms. Gross. Okay, everybody's gonna be in breakout room number 1, and I'll join.
Your Honor, there's nobody else in the courtroom right now. Ms.
All
Baker.
right, we do have a 1 o'clock calendar and a 2 o'clock. So if you'll just hold, we may be expecting some people. Let me call the calendar for, oh, wow. I saw a name on the calendar that is exactly like my sister's name, but I know it's not her. All right, so sir, if you'll just hold on a second, we'll check.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am,
Brooks,
I got you.
okay, are you going into the breakout room, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone else need me or no?
Hello?
Were you supposed to go in the breakout room, Mr. Presley?
I just came out the breakout room.
Okay. You You need to talk back to your
Ms.
attorney.
Val.
I couldn't understand that. Hello?
I'm sorry, what you say?
I said I didn't understand that, what you just said.
Did you need to speak back to your attorney or you're done with the breakout room?
I was done with the breakout room. I was just coming out of it, seeing what was next.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, did he already, everything, he's good to go, Ms. Thomas? Yes, ma'am, he's good to go. I spoke with him. Yes.
Okay.
So you're good to go.
All right.
Ms. Thomas, you can leave.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this SSD calendar the suspended sentence calendar. It's a 1 p.m. calendar. If you are here for that calendar, then please let us know, because once we have you here, I'm going to put you in a breakout room so that you can have a conversation with Mrs. Camille Heath Fortson, who is the staff attorney for this courtroom. Mrs. Fortson is going to be able to talk to you about whether additional time is available to you and what your plan is to pay the fines and fees. All right, so I have Jared Battle paid in full, Zachary Curtis paid in full, Tyrion Jamil Jackson. Tyrion Jamil Jackson. Tyrion Jamil Jackson. All right. Badra Kaba. Badra Kaba. Badra Kaba. Aaron William Kelly. Aaron William Kelly.
Paying full, Judge, since the notice was sent.
Okay, thank you. Michael Andre Littlefield. I'm sorry. Michael Andre Andrew Littlefield.
This is a second application for Littlefield, Judge. He's on Zoom.
He's on the
Yeah, there.
Zoom. Littlefield, okay. All right, so Mr. Littlefield, hold on a second. I'll put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Fortson.
Well, do we need to do probation because this is second modification?
Yeah, Ms. Fortson, this may be one for probation. Edward James Perkins. Edward James Perkins. Edward James Perkins. Tasha Nicole Saxton. Tasha Nicole Saxton. Tasha Nicole Saxton. Kamaris Jamal Sims.
Here.
All right, I'll put you in a breakout room with Mrs. And Stephen Smith. Raymond Stephen Smith has 2 cases. Raymond Stephen Smith. Raymond Stephen Smith. DeAndre Lamont Stinney. DeAndre Lamont Stinney. DeAndre Lamont Stinney. Ray Taylor Jr. Ray Dell Taylor Jr. Tiara Imaya Williams. Tiara Imaya Williams. Tiara Imaya Williams has 2 cases. And the last case on the calendar is Willie Ernest Williams. Willie Ernest Williams. Willie Ernest Williams Jr. All right, so Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Sims, I'll put you both in the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. I mean, Mrs. Fortson. Who is Jaheim Thomas, and what why are you here on this calendar? Jaheim Thomas, is Jaheim Thomas a witness for a case? All right, Ms. Heath Fortson is in the breakout room or set up for breakout room number 3 with Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Sims.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hey, Jaheim stepped out to use the restroom, but yes, he's a witness for a case.
Okay, all right. So for the state, if there are any witnesses that y'all need to speak to and release, then go ahead. Mr. Kamani, you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, for Mr. Derek Murray, he's going to plead not guilty today.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Kamani, it's not an arraignment calendar. This is a trial calendar. Is he ready for trial?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry, he's ready for trial. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so he'll be on the January calendar number 2. All right.
What's the name, Judge?
Derek Murray.
Okay.
Okay, so is Miss Brown coming on, Miss Val?
Yes, they're stand by. They told me just to stand. They said 1 second.
All right.
And Your Honor, may I be excused?
For?
I think we finished the calendar.
Oh, that's between you and Miss Gross. I don't, yeah, that's fine with me.
Does he have anyone on Banco for you?
I don't know.
Hey, do y'all need me to be here?
No, Mr. Murray, but Mr. Murray, hold on. You are on the January calendar, and sir, make sure. You have a bond, you have bond conditions that say you're not supposed to have contact with a particular person or go to a particular location. Please make sure you keep your bond conditions, because if you fail to do that and you have contact with the person that you're not supposed to have contact with, you could be arrested, have your bond revoked, and you could stay in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with misdemeanors or felonies. You understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, sir. If the person contacts you, keep a record of it and then make sure you keep in touch with your attorneys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're free to go at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Riverdenier, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room, so that maybe you can help us figure this, notice thing out. So you're in breakout room number 1. Okay. All right, so Ms. John VA and Mr. Brooks, if there are people here for the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock calendars who were witnesses, I think there are some people who may still be here, like Jaheim Thomas. But if you were here on that calendar and your case has already been resolved or put to another calendar, then you're free to go based on whatever you're told by Ms. Dillard or Mr. Brooks or Ms. John VA. So, Ms. Fordson, do you have announcements on the SSD calendar?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Michael Andre Littlefield.
Yes.
He will pay the remaining balance of $140 by this Friday.
Okay, hold on a second. I think I lost my calendar. Okay, so little.
Hold on.
Oh. All right, thank you, Ms. Val. So Littlefield by Friday, the 11th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. $11 balance. All right, and Sims?
Will pay the remaining balance of 50 cents today.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Sims? Okay. I didn't know that was 50 cents. I was reading it wrong. Thank you. All right, so once those are paid, those cases will be taken care of. The court has issued no show arrest warrants on the remainder of the individuals on the calendar. All right, so anyone who was here for the 1 p.m. calendar, you're free to go at this time. The court will return at 2 p.m. for the civil red light and crossing guard citation calendar and for the bond forfeiture calendar. So we'll be in recess until 2.
I got a question.
Yes.
So when I pay it online, do I put my citation thing in again?
I believe so, but can somebody tell me how the SSD works if you pay it online? I know it's got to be reinstated for him to be able to do it.
Who is this?
Miss, it's 50 cents. Miss, is this Mr. Sims?
Yes.
Miss Fordson?
Yes.
Just modify that to credit for time served or whatever. I'm not gonna make him jump through hoops for the 50 cents.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Sims, you good.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Good.
Ms. Saxton. Ms. Saxton here for which calendar is Ms. Saxton on?
SSD.
Oh, okay. Ms. Saxton, did you speak with Ms. Fordson?
No, she wasn't here when you called the calendar, Judge.
All right, yeah, because okay. So Ms. Saxton, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Ms. Fordson, okay?
Thank you.
All right, 1 second. Breakout room number 3. All right, so Mr. Littlefield's free to go. Mr. Sims is free to go. Mr. Sims, I'm gonna take care of that for you. You don't have to worry about it. And Ms. Saxton is going into breakout room number 3 with Ms. Heath Fordson.
Your Honor? Judge Hayward?
Ms. Heath Forson, you have an announcement on Ms. Sexton?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Sexton will pay the remaining balance of $73.25 by this coming Friday,
Okay.
November 11th.
All right, so Ms. Sexton, you'll get that on your email. You're free to go at this time, ma'am. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you again, Judge.
All right, take care.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what we did with Mr. Boyd, Theodore Boyd. He's supposed to come in. Do you know if
Deputy, did Mr. Boyd show up?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Okay, that's all right. Mr. Boyd has an arrest warrant out. So if he shows up, fine. If he doesn't, fine. He'll show up eventually.
I got you.
All right, so court is in recess until the 2 p.m. calendar. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling you. Court is in recess until 10 p.m. Please mute your device. Please use the rename function to put your first and last name on the screen.
Hey, Marcos, can you hear me? Just
Yes,
trying out.
sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Who am I speaking with, if you don't mind me asking?
Brandon.
Brandon? Okay.
Okay, just making sure the audio is working.
All right.
All right. Can you see me through the camera too, right?
Yeah, you can see me too, right?
Yeah, I can see you. I can see you. Okay, cool.
All
Thank you,
right.
man.
Yep,
All right.
yep.
Afternoon, I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the bond forfeiture calendar for November 7th of 2022, 2 p.m. It's also the civil red light and crossing guard appeals calendar for November 7th of 2022. I'm going to call the calendars. If you hear your name called, let me know. If you're on the bond forfeiture calendar, we'll speak with you about what should happen. If you're on the civil red light or crossing guard calendar, you're going to speak with a member of the Solicitor General's office to see if you can resolve your matter. If not, then the court will hear it and make a decision based on your appeal. On the civil red light calendar, first name on the calendar is James Agazi. James Agazi. James Agazi. All right. Failure to appear, the appeal will be dismissed. Cynthia Gauss. Cynthia Gauss. Cynthia Gauss. For failure to appear, the appeal would be dismissed. Vanya Rian Trone. Vanya Rian Trone. Vanya Rian Trone. Failure to appear, the appeal would be dismissed. Ronald Boyd Hill. Ronald Boyd Hill.
Judge Hayward?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hill came into our office this morning. He attempted to go to the courtroom earlier. It was around the 10 o'clock calendar. However, he was turned away since his court date didn't start until 2 o'clock. So we went ahead and gave him a one-time continuance to December 12th. So his case has been continued.
All right. Who told him he couldn't come in?
I'm not exactly sure. He said he went upstairs to the courtroom and he was turned away. So he came downstairs and we told him if he was turned away, then he could either come back at the time that his court date started at 2 o'clock, or we can give him a one-time continuance. So he went with the one-time continuance.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Venera. If we have individuals. I'm sorry?
He did come to the courtroom, but it wasn't 2 o'clock. And I checked the calendar and I didn't see him. I just told him to stand by though.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll sometimes we'll take them early if they show up. But no problem. He can come back on December 12th.
Yes.
And the last person is Doris Marie Reed. Doris Marie Reed. Last call for Doris Marie Reed. All right, for Ms. Reed, the appeal is dismissed for failure to appear. All right, that concludes the call of the civil red light and crossing guard citation calendar. The court is going to sign the dismissal orders and those will be filed. For the bond forfeiture calendar. So some of you may wonder why your name appeared on a bond forfeiture calendar. It generally means that you have missed a court date at some point, and your bond is in jeopardy of being dismissed because or forfeited because you failed to appear. Some of you are here and can cure the failure to appear, but generally it is usually a result of your not changing your contact information if you have moved from the time that you were originally arrested. Solomon Antoine Beasley. Solomon Antoine Beasley. Solomon Antoine Beasley. Mr. Beasley is wanted. What is the state's pleasure in this case?
Request a rule absolute, Your Honor.
All right, a rule absolute will be issued in the case of 2020 CR 02803 Solomon Antoine Beasley. Janet Amanda Belcher. Janet Amanda Belcher. Okay, we've had a surety consent order filed in this case. Kevin Jermaine Burrows. We just addressed Mr. Burrows' case. That's Mr. somewhere from Lister and Holt has Mr. Burrows' case.
It's Render, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Render. And Mr. Burrows is currently incarcerated, I think. But if there's an active bench warrant, then that should have been cured by him showing up. If not, then we'll do the bench warrant set aside. Naomi Elise Clayton. Naomi Elise Clayton. Naomi Elise Clayton. What's
Looks like a consent order was filed, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't have that on my calendar. All right, consent surety order. All right. All right, so I have 2 cases for Christopher Cooper. Both cases are closed. Oh, sorry, 3 cases. And all 3 cases are closed. Marcos Cordero Jr. Marcos Cordero Jr. is wanted. I do not see an attorney on this case, but Mr. Cordero has appeared, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Attorney Stein, I think, is the representative.
Who?
Yes, I'm here, Judge. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Stein, how are you?
I'm fine. Judge, I filed an entry in this case on October 24th.
Okay, this calendar was probably printed before then. All right, so Mr. Stein, any announcements on behalf of Mr. Cordero? Mr. Cordero is charged with count 1, driving under the influence, count 2, driving under the influence, count 3, open container, and count 4, open container. He's listed as wanted. He has appeared today.
Judge, he never received his notice of court date, number 1. So we're asking the court to recall the bench warrant, number 1. Number 2, we'd like to waive the arraignment, plead not guilty, and ask for a jury trial.
All right. All right, so Mr. Cordero's case is going to go on a jury trial. Mr. Brooks, is there a bench warrant in this case? If so, let's do a set aside.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Mr. Stein, Mr. Cordero is going to have to come in and update his contact information with the clerk's office. Is he local so that he can do that, or will he need an alternative method of updating his information?
My understanding is that he is local, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, Mr. Cordero, you're going to have to come into the first floor of the Terra Boulevard Justice Center at 9151 Terra Boulevard. Come into the first floor. You'll see the state court clerk's office. You'll come in and ask for a change of information form and complete that form so that you can get notices at your current address. And also, please make sure that you keep in touch with Mr. Stein. If you get notice of a court hearing, please contact him immediately, okay?
Okay, understood. Thank you, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Cordero, just one more thing. You know what you have been charged with. Let's not make a mistake and have an additional charge of that nature, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Stein?
No, Your Honor. So the bench warrant will be set aside.
Yes, sir. And your case will go on the next available the next available jury trial calendar.
And so I don't need to file any kind of waiver of arraignment.
No, sir. I'm gonna hear you've appeared, so I'm gonna go ahead and note you're not guilty plea.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I believe. May I be excused, Judge?
You may. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Philip Iseth Daly Jr., that case is closed. Jamarta Davis, that case is closed. Shamar Kavan Davis. Mr. Davis is showing wanted on improper lane change and no license. Shamar Kavan Davis. Having heard no answer to Shamar Kavan Davis, state's pleasure.
Rule absolute, Your Honor.
All right, rule absolute will be issued in that case. Robert Courtney Gill. Robert Courtney Gill. Mr. Gill is before the court for no tag. Tag not changed within 30 days. Defective headlights. He's listed as wanted. Robert Courtney Gill. What's the state's pleasure with respect to Gill? Gill is listed as wanted.
Rule absolute, Your Honor.
Rule absolute will be granted. Tequila Michelle Gray. Tequila Michelle Gray. Tequila Michelle Gray. Miss Gray is listed as wanted on driving on a suspended or revoked license and no tail lights. What's the state's pleasure with respect to that case?
Rule absolute.
All right, rule absolute will be granted. Capricia Green. Capricia Green, that case is closed. Jameis Grimes. Jamez Grimes. Mr. Grimes is wanted on no license and seatbelt violation. Jamez Grimes. What is the state's pleasure with respect to that case?
Rule absolute, Your Honor.
Rule absolute will be granted. Mr. Grimes has 2 cases. On one of them, from anytime bail bonding, a consent order was filed. So let's check and see if there was a consent order for the case ending in 05211. So there was a consent order file issued in case ending in 049 2021 049. Let's check on 2020 CR 05211 to determine if that case also has a consent order. All right, Marroquin Guevara.
Good afternoon, Your
Yes,
Honor.
Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Awatana for Mr. Guevara. We did appear in August, and we entered a not guilty plea then, Your Honor. The only reason that Mr. Guevara is on this calendar is because his address had not been updated, but we've updated his address since then.
All right, so Mr. Guevara, it is very important, sir, that you keep in touch with your attorney, but also that you update your information with the court. Your attorney represents that your information has been updated with the court, so you should receive notices.
Yes, Your Honor. We did that last time on August 25th.
Okay. All right, anything from the state? The court is going to accept the not guilty plea. This case will be put on the next available trial calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Did you have another case before the court?
No, that's it, Your Honor. Maybe we excuse?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Kevon Durrell Hatney. A consent order was filed in this case on September 28th of 2022. Fabriana Jean Hulling. That case is closed. Dayon Montrell Johnson. Dayon Montrell Johnson is on case 2020 CR 03113 for criminal trespass and is showing wanted.
State request rule absolute, Your Honor.
Rule absolute for Dayon Montrell Johnson. Destiny Kiera Johnson, that case is closed and a consent order was filed. Jermaine McKenzie. Jermaine McKenzie. Jermaine McKenzie.
State request rule absolute, Your Honor.
Rule absolute granted in Jermaine McKenzie. Selvin Samuel Melendez. Mr. Melendez is before the court on 2021 CR 03412, improper lane change and leaving the scene and no license. He's listed as wanted. What is the state's pleasure with respect to Melendez?
Your Honor, Nick Kasakian here for Mr. Melendez. This case, you actually recalled the warrant, and we have the order to that effect a couple of months ago. And I don't know why this case keeps coming up on the forfeiture calendar, because we even filed a waiver of arraignment. I'm not really sure what else I can do, you know?
Okay. Let's check the file. Miss Brenda, Miss Melissa, let's verify what's in the file so that we can keep it off of a bench trial, bench status.
Okay.
All right,
That'd be
so
great.
just hold on for me and let's make sure that we have what you have. And if not, let's conform our records, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. David Norman. Mr. Norman is before the court for theft by shoplifting and obstructing. I don't have an attorney listed for this case. He's before the court on 2021 CR 02957. He's listed as wanted. What is the state's pleasure with respect to this case?
Rule absolute, Your Honor.
All right, rule absolute should be granted. Xavier D'Angelo Parker, a surety consent order was filed in that case. Mr. Parker has two cases. The next one, he is listed as wanted. Let's check to make sure there's no consent order in the case 2020 CR 03886. If it is not, then a rule absolute will be granted. Katisha Pierce, that case is closed and a consent order was filed. Marcus Anthony Rembert, that case is closed. Deontay Lamar Robinson. Deontay Lamar Robinson. What's the state's pleasure?
Rule absolute, Your Honor.
All right, for Grimes, verification that a consent order was filed on August 25th of 2022.
Excuse me, Judge. Miss Katisha Pierce did come into court today. She's
okay. Is she here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Pierce. Come to the podium for me. All right, so Miss Pierce, you don't have an attorney listed, but I do have that your case was closed and that a surety consent order was filed. So for our records, your case is closed and you're free to go at this time now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And the reason you probably got notice is notice was sent out before the surety order was done.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Marcus Anthony Rembert, that case is closed. Deontay Robinson, that's a rule absolute. And Marquez Lanier Tomlin. Marquez Lanier Tomlin. Marquez Lanier Tomlin. All right, Mr. Tomlin is on case 2020 CR 03763. 2 counts of giving a false name, address, or date of birth listed as wanted. What's the state's pleasure?
Rule absolute, Your Honor.
Will be granted. Ronald Dale Triplett. Ronald Dale Triplett.
Your Honor, there's a note that there's a pending psych evaluation.
Okay.
180 days from September 28th, 2022 through March 27th of 2023.
Okay, so this should go back on a, he's not an active inmate.
It does not appear so. It does not appear. Yeah.
So Ms. Val, this should go back on an arraignment calendar for the new year.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
This particular case is actually on the calendar for November 22nd at 10 o'clock. Looks like it was scheduled per Attorney Taylor.
Okay, so I don't know, do we need to keep it on there since he is, since we got a time frame for the mental health eval? Do we need to keep that on there, Ms. Janvier or Mr. Brooks?
Unless Mr. Taylor has information that we don't, we don't get a copy of the reports, and so I don't know, we never know when it's done until they
Okay.
appear on the calendar.
So we'll leave it on the November 22nd calendar for Mr. Taylor or whoever is the attorney successor in this case to make an announcement. But we understand that he has a pending psyche eval. Reginald Xavier Vaughn, a surety consent order was filed. And Tamira Lane Waller, that case was closed. So Mr. Kasatkin, let's confirm that your client doesn't have to keep coming back or getting
My order
notice.
says it was signed on August 10th, and then it was like scratched out, and I think it said August 8th initially. So that's the order I'm looking at. I can email it because I have a copy here. Yeah, so it said also ordered this 8th day. The 8th is scratched out, then the 10th is written in, and it's a signed order. And the case number I got on that one is 2021 CR 03412.
Yep, that's the case number I have. So Miss Melissa, if you don't have anything different, then we can go ahead and put this on an arraignment calendar.
Judge, so from what I can see on this, I do see that bench warrant recall. We have it entered from August 11th. It looks like this case was last on the arraignment calendar for September 29th. We do have it indicating in CPU 8 that they pled not guilty. However, it looks like a bench warrant was requested, which is, I think, the reason why it's on.
I can explain that. He showed up like a couple hours late, and you had him jump on Zoom. That was actually my birthday. That's why I remember it so clearly. Your Honor allowed him to hop on Zoom like a couple hours late, and I guess I thought that was the end of that, but maybe that's why.
Well, we might have gotten crosshairs. Mr. Brooks, just send me a bench warrant set aside, and then he'll go on back on the arraignment calendar or back in the pipeline for trial.
Is it going to be on trial or arraignment? Is it a not guilty?
Well, he's entered a not guilty, so.
Okay, so it'll go on the trial count.
Yeah, it'll be on the trial pipeline. All right, thank you, Mr. Kasatkin. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. We don't always get it perfect, but we try.
What was the date on that last bench warrant request? Was it September 28th?
I think it 29th.
29th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
No
Have a nice
problem,
day.
sir. You too. Thank you. All right. That concludes the calendar. Is there anything I've missed or anything that I need to resolve prior to us being adjourned?
Nothing from statement.
Okay. All right, so I'll sign off on those bench warrant set asides as I get them. Thank
You
you.
have one thing pending, Judge. Next week, the 15th, we have that one case on trial.
Yes.
At 1 p.m.
Okay. What's the case now? The case again, Miss Val? It's a Lister and Holt case, right?
Yes, it's a Lister and Holt case.
That's Mr. Kamani?
It was Mr. Taylor, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, they moved him out of my courtroom. So Mr. Brooks, you and Miss Gross might want to talk about that. I'm fine. I'm ready to try it. But like I said, he did move out of my courtroom. So I don't want them to be blindsided saying, oh, he's not there anymore. So, because he was for the only case on the trial calendar. And it's an inmate case too, isn't it, Ms. Val?
Yes, and he has some cases upstairs too.
Yeah.
On the 15th, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, it's 15 at 1 p.m.
Okay. All right, we'll be looking into it.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you all, thank you so much. Everybody is free to go at this time, and I'm here in the office if you need to drop by hard copies